Good morning, everyone. Great to see people showing up in person today. Really appreciate your attendance. For those of you I haven't had a chance to meet, I'm Neil Muller, VP of Transmission Planning and Infrastructure Development here at the ISO. And I have the pleasure today of welcoming you to today's session and just reiterating how glad we are to see people showing up both virtually and in person. We do really believe these are important sessions. This is actually the 11th since we started the Interconnection Resource Fair, started back in 2014. And of course, there were a few years where we did not have fairs, so that makes this number 11. In light of all the industry changes and process changes that have been made, we do see that these are becoming even more important than when they were first introduced. We do acknowledge all of the change that has been introduced in our processes that affected both your community as well as the people here at the ISO. And we've really appreciated the efforts people have put into helping both create and manage those transitions. It's been very much appreciated. I also wanted to thank Dawn and the entire ISO team here for preparing and pulling off today's session, as well as for the people that will be presenting and fielding your questions. I know it takes a tremendous amount of work to get this properly organized and prepared, especially as the process changes have become more complex, and it's so much more important that we're all ready for the opening of Cluster 16. So with that, I will just thank you again for coming in person as well as participating virtually, and I hope you have a great day. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Neil, so much. And we just gonna go ahead and kick things off for our meeting today. I'll go over some few housekeeping reminders, but as a reminder, thanks for everyone for joining for the 2026 Resource Interconnection Fair. The last time we have met was in 2024, so we're very excited for everyone to be here today. We do have a few housekeeping reminders, as this call is being recorded for informational and convenience purposes only. Any related transcription should not be reprinted without the ISO's permission. For this meeting in particular, we definitely encourage dialogue and questions to be asked. You will be invited to actually go into the middle of the room to ask questions, and also we'll be facilitating checking on people who are logged in through the WebEx. So this is a hybrid meeting, so we'll make sure to hopefully answer everyone's questions. And I also placed a sticky note in case you do want to jot down a note or two or question or follow up. We'll definitely want to make sure we are able to follow up to your questions even after their presentations if needed. So we will be covering a few items, but for those who are online, we do have closed captioning available, as well as a transparency reviewer, who are those who are logged into this meeting. I know lots of folks are here today. Thank you so much for traveling. We will see if we can kind of show the list of people who are on site, so that way everyone's aware who attended this meeting, but we'll kind of share that after the meeting. To ask a question, we do encourage you to please state your full name and affiliation before speaking. When you do go up to the microphone, you will go ahead and speak on your first name and last name and affiliation. We do want to make sure it's one at a time as well. We kind of keep the dialogue going. We will also kind of wait on our speakers when they have a pause for questions during their presentations. So please keep in mind, each speaker might have a different pausing moment for those questions to come in. If you are just dialed in through the phone line or WebEx, you do have two options. WebEx, we do have this raise hand icon located in the middle of the toolbar, and we do have *3 to be added to the question queue if you're just phone line only. We do have questions that may be also submitted through all panelists. Definitely, if you would like to submit those who are logged into the WebEx, Dawn will read those later on per the meeting. And if you have any technical issues, Stacy is our event producer for today's meeting. And then at this point, I think this is a great opportunity to have Bob come up, and then he'll go over our risk fair objectives.
Well, good morning, everybody. I just wanted to say welcome as well. Thanks, Neil. And recognize the team, everybody that's involved in this process. A lot of work has gone into this process to put on this fair and just to really prepare for Cluster 16. So I want to recognize my team, which is, again, I'm Bob Emmert. I'm Director of Interconnection Resources. My team, or most of my team anyway, is here at the table. Also, Benet and Robert their team of engineers are very involved in the process, as well as the PTOs. And so there's a lot of work in, as well as stakeholder affairs. Thank you for all your work in this. So there's just been a lot of work involved in putting this fair together, as well as getting prepared for Cluster 16. So I just want to recognize everybody and just say my thank you for all of this hard work, and it's still ongoing. You know, we really aren't going to be fully engaged in this until closer to October. So there's still some preparation work to be done, but we're making good progress and almost completely there. Also, I'll let you know that a new tariff just came out. It should be posted today with the FERC order, or excuse me, the IPE 5.0 tariff changes that were filed at FERC. They were accepted last week. And so the tariff for that should be posted today. So there will be a new tariff, Appendix KK, for you to reference. We've also got a new BPM that's in draft form that is put into the PRR process. So please reference that as well. And if you're interested, get engaged in that PRR process and review it and give us your comments. So with that, I'll turn it over to Don.
Thanks, Bob. Okay, so why are we here today? We're here so that we can understand the interconnection study process flow, so that we can discuss key customer and ISO activities, identify major decision points, and understand study milestones. We are not here to question why or debate how the ISO interprets its tariff or performs its studies. The training that we put together for you today follows the actual sequence of activities that occur in the interconnection study process. The slides are laid out to reflect the operational workflow as closely as possible. Okay, so as you can see, we have a full agenda. Thanks, y'all. We have a full agenda. You will hear from Interconnection Resources, that's our team, Transmission Interconnection Planning, Regulatory Contracts, and Queue Management. So let's get started. Woo-hoo. So first slide. Oh, wait. Here we are, your personal navigators, your second go-to while in the study process. The first one is the plethora of information you will find on the ISO website. Please go there first to answer your questions. And if you still have questions after you've done your own research, we are happy to help you. Our team is here to ensure that all projects are following the tariff. So you say, there's a tariff? Yes, and it has a lot of pages. Here are the sections that you should focus on. Section 25, I would say, read it once. You don't need to go back to it. But definitely Appendix KK, as Bob said, has recently been updated with IPE 5 changes. That will be your handbook. Use it a lot. And then Appendix LL is the large generator interconnection agreement, and Appendix MM is the small generator interconnection agreement. And when we find that the tariff is not meeting our collective needs, we collaborate to make improvements. I know several of you have participated with us in many of our changes that we've made to our tariff. And as a reminder, the ISO tariff trumps all explanatory documentation and contracts. So what if you say, tariff, too complicated, I just don't understand it? That's why we have the RIS BPM. It aids in understanding what is expected by the tariff. The RIS BPM is currently, as Bob said, in the change management PRR process within the GitApp BPM for now. A link to it is in the presentation. And even though Cluster 14 and prior clusters have completed their study processes, provisions of the RIS tariff will still apply to your projects. So we are here at the very beginning. If you are asking yourself, what do I have to do to get my generating facility interconnected to the ISO transmission system? I'm here to tell you, you got a lot of work to do. You have 2 short months to gather a lot of information. Right here on this slide is just a high-level overview, and we will go into more detail next. Julie and then Linda will take you through everything that you will need to submit an application. And then Kaylee will tell you how and take you through what comes next. Now I'll pass it to my colleague, Julie. Of course.
And the clicker goes that way, right? There it go. Hi, I'm Julie Balch. I'm a senior interconnection specialist here at the ISO, and I'm going to go over the deposits and the fees. Oh, no, I'm going to go over the prohibited names list first. Yeah, we're going backwards. There. Oh, you can't hear me? I usually talk so loud. Okay, whoop, we went too far. Okay, I'm going to go over our naming procedures here for you to select your project name. We do have the prohibited names project list, and there's a link to it in the presentation. This helps us not duplicate unacceptable names and helps with issues out on the floor. And also if you submit a name that's very close to someone else or is the exact name, one of you would have to change it, and this just helps move that along. Valid and acceptable names are provided with clear and concise communication, and it will provide a smooth transition for each project in the life cycle. Stay away from name, I wrote some down. You want to stay away from names like golden, sun, blue, desert, north, south, east, west. No substations, cities, streets, names like that. Be as creative as possible with your project names, and a lot of times don't come in with your favorite name that you want to name the project in the end, because if you withdraw and decide I'm going to withdraw in 16 and come back in 17, you cannot use that name again. Confuses accounting and all of our systems like that. And the GRIP will not accept a duplicate name. However, you can, if the name is on the prohibited names list, check with us if you're doing an expansion or upgrade to a project that already has that name, because that might be allowed. And now I'll move on to the application fees and deposits. So you'll have the $5,000 application fee that is always non-refundable. We have a 3-tiered steady deposit. So projects that are 80 megawatts and less are $35,000 plus $1,000 per megawatt. A project that's 80 megawatts up to, I would say 199 is 150. It says 200, but 199 would be 150, and a project 200 megawatts and over is 250. The commercial readiness deposit now will no longer be required when you first come in at the opening of the window, but if you pass scoring and move on through the process, then you'll be required to post the commercial readiness, which is 2 times the steady deposit with the PTO. And there's a list of our acceptable, or the PTO's acceptable documents on our website. You also want to make sure we've also added here the banking instructions, the wiring instructions, you want to make sure you send, your accounting department sends those wires to the correct banking account, not to market clearing. Some of you have, several bank accounts you send money to, that your company sends money to, and we want to make sure it goes into the right account, because if it's rejected, we won't know about it. Accounting won't say, hey, we got this in the wrong account. They won't know either. And so you want to make sure the account number ending in 1825 is used. And then for the merchant deposit, it goes to the PTO. And we did have some come in last year, but they all withdrew before the before the close of the engagement window. And at that point, you don't forfeit anything. But the amount is 500,000 minimum and maximum of 5 million, and 10,000 per megawatt. For the site control, if you're going to do the regulatory limitation site control deposit, it is 10,000 per megawatt, and it's a minimum of 500,000 and a max of 2 million. The auction deposit is equal to the lowest winning bid in the zone for times the megawatts at a POI. And the lowest bid will win and be notified through GRIP. Correct. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Mine's not going any further.
Okay, we're going to open it up for questions. Does anyone have any questions on what I talked about, what Julie talked about?
I still got one more slide.
Oh, you do? Oh, sorry, hon.
So the deposits and fees are due at time of submission. All payments should be individuals, so you need to send a wire for the 5,000 and then your study deposit on a separate wire, because a wire a fee and a deposit cannot be commingled on the same wire. If it is, we'll reject it. And if it's the commercial readiness will go to the PTO, like I said, during the customer engagement window, as well as the merchant deposit, and the site control will come to the ISO. And the application fee is cash, the steady deposit is cash, the commercial readiness is whatever financial instrument the PTO will accept. And the merchant deposit will also go to the PTO with the same financial instruments. I thought you were going to. If you do submit multiple projects, make sure that you send them all separately again, and try to put the name of the project on the wire. I know sometimes a lot of people do it, but it's very important. It helps us match up the wires faster. If you're going to be sending in like 10 or more projects, please email me or the IR info mailbox. That way, and with the megawatts, the project names and the deposit, because that way we can match them up faster. We only have 15 days to do that, and we want to do it as quickly as possible. Oh, and I already said that, but yeah.
And so we do have a
Now we
question.
do have a question.
We do have a question online. But first, for those in the room, let's give one opportunity. Okay, we do have a gentleman. Please state your full name, affiliation, and for those, you can also go walk up to the microphone too. Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. Ben Peters, US Solar. I might be skipping ahead, but I didn't see the deliverability study deposit. And if you don't have slides on that, if you could go over the deliverability study, if that is still in effect or not. Thank you.
Sure, we can talk about when we talk about TPD allocations later today. The deposits and fees that we're talking about right now are those that will be submitted with your interconnection request in GRIP.
Brian Rahman with Z Global. Could you be more clear on when the commercial readiness deposit is due in the engagement window? At the end of it, once validation's complete?
Before the end. Once you know you've passed scoring and you're moving on through the process, we decided that was more reasonable to do, because if you if you went through all that to, do the commercial readiness, and then you didn't pass scoring, that was a lot of work for us, for you, for the PTO.
Thank you.
Yeah, so the commercial readiness deposit is due the last day of the engagement window. There is no cure period. So if the engagement window closes and your deposit comes in the next day, you will not be included in the study. Absolutely.
Yeah.
The last question was, can it be submitted earlier? And the answer is absolutely, we would love that.
Okay, back here.
Hi, this is James Tweed at NextAir Energy. Is there any way we would have like application IDs for all of the payments we would have to send separately? Would that be easier to ID? Would we have application IDs potentially for all the projects that we could use to tag to all the payments we would send? Or would you just want project names to keep it easier? Work with you guys.
The project name is better, but you can use your GRIP ID if you have to. But then we're gonna, we'll search on that.
Okay, thank you.
And this is Bob. I just wanted to respond to the earlier question about deliverability deposits. I was wondering if maybe you were referring to a WDAP project that's coming into the study process seeking deliverability. And in that case, all of the fees are paid to the PTOs that you're actually applying to for your interconnection request. So the ISO does not have any fees for WDAP projects coming in to be studied. Those costs will be billed, the actual study costs will be billed back to the PTO.
Yeah.
And you'll be paying all your fees to the PTO.
Happy from Romantics Renewables. I have two questions. Number one, about the project name. So for example, I see in the previous username, Acron. Can we use Acron Storage, Acron PV instead? Is that kind of acceptable? So in the previous username, I see an example as Acron.
It's better not to do that.
Better not to do
No.
that. Okay.
And the PTO, I mean, you can use it, like I said, too, if you're expanding a project or something and it's on the prohibited names list. The prohibited names list hasn't really been updated after 14. But you can also look in both of the queues, and the project names are listed there to see that you're not duplicating a name. But GRIP won't let you. And it's best not to duplicate, like using the name and then using solar, then the name and using,
Okay, I see.
it's better not to do that. Keep them, because we don't want to get mixed up with, when we talk about those projects.
Gotcha. Thank you. And number two, I see the financial instruments format from all the TPOs, and are these posted financial instruments will be acceptable for either commercial readiness deposit or later network upgrade cost?
That's what you would post with the PTO. Yeah, those would be done with a letter of credit or whatever with the PTO.
Okay, so whatever format that posted on the website are acceptable by the PTOs?
Yes. For
Thank you.
each PTO has, slightly different requirements. So they're all listed. They send them to us and we post them on our website.
Gotcha. Thank you.
I don't have any more questions in the queue.
Okay, we do have a couple of questions in the chat. So the first question was, what was the minimum 500,000? Do all projects have this cost? And the answer to that is yes. If you are submitting your merchant deposit, then it's 500,000 minimum. If you are submitting the regulatory limitation for site control deposit, if you qualify for that, then the minimum is 500,000. I just want to be clear that we did invite ISO interconnecting projects to this RIS fair, and also WDAT or WDT, Wholesale Distribution Access Tariff projects that are interconnecting to their utility directly. And if you are interconnecting to the utility directly, then none of your fees are going to come to us at this point. So all of your fees, all of your deposits are going to go to the utility, just like you've been doing for years. The difference, and we'll get into it later, is that you will have to submit some information to the ISO.
Yeah, for WDATs, we've always taken WDATs if they're being studied for deliverability. And Shannon is here and she's from accounting. Every month she checks with the PTO to make sure they're still active. Those projects are still active and in our study process. And then she in turn bills them for any study costs on our part to the PTO.
Okay, so then this person has a 1.1 megawatt project. They want to know what their fees are. So your application fee is going to be $5,000. The reason I'm saying this is just in case you're ISO interconnected, and your study deposit, since you're less than 80 megawatts, is going to be $35,000 plus $1,000 per megawatt. The person wanted to know, do we know what month the engagement window is closing for cluster 16? The answer is absolutely yes. That information is on our website. We will be talking about it a lot later on today. Hang on. The regulatory limitation site control deposit is specific. There is information on that in the RIS BPM. It is a very, very narrow standard, and if you meet it, then you can take advantage of it. Okay, and Linda is going to talk about it a lot later on. Could you please confirm whether the application fee and study deposit for the same project need to be submitted as two separate wires? Julie, say it again, please.
Yes, it has to be on two separate wires or it will be rejected. $5,000 has to come in as a fee and then the study deposit separately. And do not commingle multiple projects on one wire. Don't send $1 million for 4 projects because that will be rejected as well.
Okay, so I'm going to say it again. So we are a WDT. Is the cost the same? Meaning it will be a $500,000 deposit still? Don't know. Check with your utility. We're the ISO. We have our own tariff. If you're interconnecting to the utility, check with them and follow their rules. These rules right here with regard to deposits and fees only apply to those projects that are interconnecting to the ISO system. Okay, anything else?
I do see 2 more questions that are sent to you, and then just one raised hand. We'll take that. Go ahead. And Vinay, you're unmuted.
Hi, this is Vineet from Clear Energy. One question I had was regarding the CRD. I know PTOs changed the instrument templates year over year. So just wanted to check if whatever is posted right now is like form final, or would there be changes before cluster window opens by October?
I will verify with the PTOs that what they currently have posted is what we would use today. If not, I will ask them to update their documents and we'll get them posted. But,
Okay, and that should happen before October 1st?
pardon? Oh, yeah, it'll be
that-
done way before then, yes.
Sounds good. Thank you.
And there's one to, if you can look at. Okay.
I'm not seeing a question, so in the chat. So either you need to read it.
Okay. I think Kaylee already answered it.
Okay.
She did.
So we had 2 additional questions. One was, thank you for organizing the RIS Fair regarding WDAT projects. Will you cover reimbursement of energy-only projects seeking interconnection through WDAT queues? So WDAT projects are only entering the ISO queue to receive deliverability. So you will not submit to the ISO queue if you're energy only. One additional question. I think we already clarified this, but all fees need to be separate wires. So application fee, 1 wire, study fee, 1 wire, CRD, something else to the PTO. 7 projects, 14 wires.
Yeah, 14. Yeah, we did have some people running to the bank actually the day of the close of the window because they did not do that. And so it's very important to make sure they're separate.
We do have a question in the room.
This is James with NextEra. Is there a certain amount of time that PTOs will have to respond to our commercial readiness letters of credit or securities? Previously, I know we have a lot of time with the customer engagement window, but previously with Cluster 15, sometimes we didn't get a response back as quick as we'd like. I'm just curious if there was a time.
Well, the PTOs are doing their best to get through. If everybody waits till the last minute, then, it's not going to flow as quick as possible. But as soon as you know that you're going to continue on and you pass the scoring process, if you haven't already gotten started on that, I would work on that because we don't know at this point how many projects PG&E is going to get or SCE is going to get or the volume they're going to get. So, it all depends on the volume and if everybody waits till the last minute. But there's not a timeline where they have to get back to you. But I know most of them are pretty quick.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Ben Peters, US Solar. Follow-up question on the DG projects. So if you have a Rule 21 project or a WDAT project that is energy only, but it fails screen Q, the transmission interdependence test, then my understanding it would be required to be studied, but not for deliverability. And so, we don't need to go into that, but if you could clarify that a little bit, it's a sort of different case.
That'll be Bob.
Yeah, everything that you just mentioned are issues that you need to work with your PTO that you're connecting with. Any energy-only project and Rule 21 projects are not studied by the ISO. And, both Rule 21 and energy-only projects obviously are not eligible for deliverability. So the ISO only gets involved for WDAP projects that are seeking full capacity delivery status.
Okay, we're going to move on.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Linda Wright, Interconnection Specialist here at the ISO. It's great to see everybody today and welcome to those online also. Today, I'm going to talk about the Interconnection Request Package. And when Dawn said that you have a lot to do before the window, she was not kidding. So all the elements that you need to provide when the window opens are going to be enumerated here, and they're also in KK section 3.5.1. And just encouraging you to get those things in the sooner the better. So in case there are any issues that you'll have time to fix anything. Also, you can start uploading documents and doing your request before the window opens, but you cannot submit it until the window opens. So it would be great if you were able to really work on that because it's a lot of information to provide. So here we'll just, the things that are required are the interconnection study deposit and application fee that Julie talked about, the completed request form in the form of Appendix 1, 2, and 3, and Attachment A. Those are all in GRIP. Well, you'll also need to upload a Secretary of State certification for your organization and the authorized signatory documentation for the person who is executing that interconnection request. You'll have to upload your site control documents. I'll go into that a little in more depth after we finish going through this list. A load flow model, dynamic data file, a reactive power capability document, a site drawing, a single line diagram, plot run plot, bump test plot, voltage reference step change test plot, frequency reference step change test, and a voltage write-through test plot from the positive sequence load flow application. It's a lot. And a plot showing the requested megawatts at the POI and requested operating assumptions and control technologies description if needed, and all supporting documentation for the the scoring criteria that you fill out, and if needed, demonstrate permission to share at IC interconnection facilities. So that's a lot of stuff. It's a lot, very technical. So I know you're going to have all the right folks on that, and hopefully they're working on it now. So some common issues we have with our technical data is misalignment between what's entered on the data fields and then the attachments that you are uploading in support of those. Those need to match amazingly. Okay, and then incorrect Qmax, Qmin, Pmax, and Pmin parameters in the models. Just incorrect calculations. DPC and DYD and single line diagram values on those. Those are things we have to go back for. The reactive power capability issues and incorrect sign on positive sequence power factor angle, and the GPS coordinates that you provide do not match your site map that you provide, and incorrect short circuit data. So as you can see, lots to do and not a lot of time to do it in. Once the window opens on October 1st to October 15th, everything needs to be in by October 15th. That's a hard deadline. So you'll want to be really conscientious of that. For site control, so you have to have 90% site control at the beginning of this process, a minimum of that. And that can be provided via ownership of the land, a leasehold interest, option to purchase, or option to acquire a lease. And we have a list of the minimum land requirements depending on your technology below. In the event that you, your project can fit in less acreage than what we have required here, the minimum land requirements, you'll also need to submit a dimensioned engineer diagram with your site control documentation showing how your project is going to fit in this lesser amount of acreage. For the regulatory limitation, these are for projects that are sited on public lands, trust lands, or federal, state, or maybe county agencies. And it only applies if the regulatory process for obtaining the site control cannot be concluded during this open period, which we know is a lengthy process and has a lot of caveats that you need to fulfill. Sometimes you have to even be in our process to advance further in their process. But you need to show that you have applied, not that you're going to apply or you want to apply. We have to have documentation that you have applied. So if you fail to submit the required application to the agency early enough to get to that stage that shows that you are doing what they need you to do, then that's a no-go. So we do have affidavit requirements if you are going to be doing this, and as Dawn said, it's very limited. You'll need to be able to describe what the limitation is that's preventing you from giving us site control at that time. And you're gonna have to explain to us the process with the entity that you're applying with, because they're all different and we are not familiar with them. So you're gonna have to educate us on their process, and then you're gonna have to demonstrate where you are currently in that process and all documentation to support those items. So like I say, it's just so that so many agencies, we can't know everyone. And so your responsibility is to let us know. And so we can determine that you've met this requirement. So if you are doing that, the regulatory limitation site control, you are required to put a deposit in, as Julie talked about earlier. It's to the ISO. It's fully refundable once you do supply the document stating that you have site control. It's $10,000 per megawatt with a $500,000 minimum and a maximum of $2 million. And again, the affidavit needs to describe those elements before, like what their process is, where you are in the process, and what's the third one? And demonstrate current status, land rights, and and what's preventing, what their process is basically. So It's really important that you provide all that information so that we are able to determine you have met the requirement. So common issues with site control. The insufficient acreage without the drawing showing us how you are able to accommodate your project in that lesser amount of acreage. That's a problem. Your site control needs to go through your commercial operation date. So, and leases and options often don't show that. So you need to show that you have options through the commercial operation date. And you have to show us that you have met any of the requirements for the current option period. So, and sometimes, it's like 2 years and maybe a year or whatever. You have to show that wherever you're at and that you have met that requirement with them so that the option is valid. There's problems with name mismatch. So you might provide a lease or something that has one company name and your LLC or something for your project is different. So we're going to need to know how those are related. And so you can do that by showing an assignment agreement or an org chart or anything else that links the customer identified in the interconnection request with whoever the agreement is named with. So for shared interconnection facilities, so when you make your application, you're gonna have to demonstrate that you're in active negotiation with the party who owns that interconnection facility by providing a draft agreement and correspondence showing that both parties are working on that draft. And or if you already have that, you can just show us the agreement that you have those rights already secured. And then for those projects with shared interconnection facilities, within 20 days after the cluster study report meeting, you'll have to submit an effective executed agreement demonstrating that you have secured those rights with that other party. So that's really important that you get that finalized by the end of that cluster study process. For scoring criteria, so let's see what they have on that. We have applications choosing full capacity, partial capacity, or energy only reimbursable are required to enter scoring information. So you get points for commercial interest points. Those are provided by the LLC or the non-LLC to the ISO, and that information, a list of the parties that where is that? I don't have, there is a list on our website that has the entities that have points to award. So you'll want to check there and reach out to them, and then they will send that information to us and we will put that information in. We have the project viability points. So for engineering design plan, you can get points. We do not want your engineering design plan. All we need is an affidavit with the professional engineer stamp instead. And that form is also on our website. And the professional engineer does not have to be registered in California, but they can be registered in other states. So just, but please, no engineering plans. They can be hundreds of pages long, and we're not interested in those at all. So expansion points. So you'll need to provide information like on the description for the expansion on that project, the executed GIA, the notice to proceed, and construction activities documentation. And then the PTO will verify the documentation that you provide. So in order to be awarded those points. And for system need, we have for verified and existing reports, use those which local RA is looked at, and long lead time resources, which are pump storage and also compressed air projects. Do you have any questions? There's one back there.
We do have one in the room.
Yeah.
And then for folks who are able to go up to the microphone, you're also invited, but we'll pass the microphone. So the young lady will go first. Or you can go first.
Okay, great.
Go ahead.
Thank
And-
you. Can you hear me okay? Hi.
Not
So
A little closer to them.
Speak up, Jenny.
Hi, guys. Okay, so for a lot of our clients, we communicate to them about what to enter to GRIP for the technical data. We don't get their usernames and passwords and log into GRIP for them. So it's important to us that GRIP gets finalized so that we can pull down all the prompts and tell them what to enter and where. So is GRIP in its final form now, or when
Hi,
will it
Jenny.
be? Okay.
I was going to cover this in just a little bit, but GRIP has not been updated with the changes that got approved by FERC. So we are working on that now. My hope is to get everything in the first week of September. It will be in before the last week of September. So I will send a message as soon as that, and you will all get you'll be notified of the downtime that will require. So you should see that notification as well when we're making that final update.
Thanks, Kaylee.
Mhm.
I just had a second question. One of them was we have to submit the IBR testing results. And so I was just wondering if we have an update on when those tools are going to be updated for the new power plant controller model, the REPCD model, and uploaded onto the KISO website.
I believe it just got posted.
It did? Okay.
Yes.
Great. I didn't know that. Thank you.
And just to mention, despite GRIP might not be ready immediately, there's still a lot of information you'll be working on and get ready to upload and things. So don't let that thwart your abilities to get things going. You can still work on it.
Hello, this is Rohit Sharma from Nextera Energy. As for the expansion points, can you speak to some examples that would demonstrate activities of construction?
Well, I know when you sign your agreement with the LGIA, there also, you work with the engineering group to get a plan together and like the schedule. So I think that would be an adequate documentation for that.
Schedule timeline of the construction.
Yeah, and so,
from-
yeah, the PTO is going to look at it and they're going to know whether or not you are meeting your timelines and things like that.
Okay.
So,
Okay. And my second question was for projects cited on federal and state lands, what kind of evidence would satisfy that requirement? Not the regulatory limitations, but actually satisfying evidence.
well, your app would want to see that you've applied to the entity and they've accepted, your application. There's a letter that you usually get that we've seen.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
And those, it hasn't changed since cluster 15, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and if you can provide the cost recovery agreement, then that's when we consider it good to
Complete.
go.
Yeah.
Understood. Thank you.
We'll go to the young lady with Christina, and then Kathleen will go next to you. Thank you. Go ahead. Can you try your mic again?
It takes a couple of seconds.
Okay, is this working?
Yes.
Okay, I'm curious what supporting documentation is advised for a project requesting to interconnect to an affiliate GenTie that has surplus capacity to support the project?
What do you mean by an affiliate?
Owned by the
It's the
same entity?
So a different LLC, but owned by a parent
Yeah.
company? So then you would still need an agreement between those, since they're two separate entities, we'd still want to see an agreement.
Okay, is an org chart okay?
No, yeah, an org chart will work, yeah.
Okay, and then sort of a separate question is if we're for the expansion points, what supporting documentation would you need to see showing that like our GenTie has sufficient capacity to support the new interconnection request?
So for that, there isn't documentation. We have the engineering teams review and show that it's a quick review. So if they can quickly look at it and see there's room on the GenTie, they will pass it. And if they cannot, they will not.
Okay, so nothing is required from the interconnection customer for that.
specifically for room on a Gentai.
Okay, but we'll still need to submit like our GIA showing the current like expansion of whatever project.
I believe for that particular requirement, the project has to be online. So yeah, we just confirmed the project is online.
Okay, thank you.
No, that I had that question as well. That's excellent. Thanks. Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. One other question. I appreciate that you mentioned that there was information like that the different attachments are available on GRIP. I took a look and I can't see where they are. I was just wondering if it's something you could do during the course of today. If now is not a good time, is just show us quickly like where you're pointing us to specifically in the portal would be very helpful. It's a new application and I'm still having a hard time letting go of rims.
Okay.
Absolutely. Can you
Yeah.
say which specific?
So you mentioned the attachment, I think 1, 2, and 3 in one of the earlier slides. And the other, I'm not sure what all is there, but maybe there are templates I'm thinking of that.
Oh, are you talking about the application? That's all in GRIP. Those are not.
Yeah, if you
separate.
could, if it's possible to show us where on GRIP if they are located during today, that would be great.
Okay, it's not an attachment. It's a web form.
Mhm.
So all of that is translated and you will just enter that information where indicated on the website, on the page.
And I think the only reason I'm asking the question is because when it looks like you have to create the project and the window's not open yet in order to see that, unless I'm doing something incorrectly, and I'm happy to take that as I'm doing something incorrectly. So just, it would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen. And we do have one more question, and then we have we do have a gentleman. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi, I'm Frankie Chung from Samsung. I have one question regarding the site control document. So you mentioned that the site control must extend through the commercial operation date at a minimum. So this is a specific situation. You're under an option agreement for lease. That option term might be a little short from this commercial operation date, but if we exercise the option and execute the lease, it will cover. Would that also be sufficient? Or?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for the confirmation. And I think I might have heard it wrong, but I think you mentioned earlier that the BPM document that would be uploaded today or something, the link is in the presentation, but I don't see it.
Which document was that?
The BPM. She wants to know about the BPM.
Mhm.
There's a whole page of resources.
Oh, okay.
And there is a BPM for RIS listed there, and there's a link, and that will take you to it. You will find it on the change management page on the ISO website for PRRs, and it's under the GitHub BPM
Okay, thank you
for
very
now.
much.
Sure.
Yeah. And so let's go with Christina, and then we'll go to the middle.
Hey, Brian Curtis with Black Cone Energies. I think she had my question about the lease option before the COD. So quick follow-up though, do we need documentation to show our intent to exercise sometime before COD, or do we need to document that in any way?
Go ahead.
Yeah, we will want proof that you have exercised the current option so that it is up to date.
Okay, yeah, so the scenario I'm thinking of is where we have a lease option that might be a 3-year option, and our plan would be to execute it, say, in 2028, knowing that, I'm making this up, but COD would be in 2030. So we don't intend to exercise it until later, but that would be the plan.
Yes. Tell us that.
Okay, so make like a side letter note to the file sort of thing.
So actually, we have many checks in the process where you provide updates to your site control. At that moment, if your 3 years is up, we would like to see an updated lease agreement that says that you've extended or you've signed the lease. So each checkpoint, then we would like you to update the documentation. If your 3 years expires, then please provide updated documentation. There's an area to do that in the portal, just to let us know you've extended the option or you have made the option.
Perfect. So it's not disqualifying up front.
Correct.
Perfect. Okay, perfect. Thanks.
And I don't know if we've made it clear, but we will need to see a copy of that lease.
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Thank you for your question. In the room?
Hello, This is Dave Smith with NG, and I did submit this question, but I might have missed the deadline on it. We wanted to know if long duration storage is considered a LTT in cluster 16. We know it wasn't for timing reasons in cluster 15, so that's the nature of the question.
Let's see. Oh.
So we put out an errata to the transmission plan recently that has a table that shows the actual points of interconnection that long duration storage is applicable to. And so your project would actually have to be connecting to one of those POIs. And it's my understanding that the types of long duration storage that we have in the transmission plan that actually will be able to get points and be able to take advantage of the capacity that we've reserved for those long duration storage are pump storage, 8 hour, I'm trying to remember the 12 hours for pump storage. And then the other is compressed air energy storage, which can be, I believe, 8 to 24 hours.
Okay, so it's location specific is what you're saying, and
Yeah,
not
that's
just
correct.
carte blanche on 8-hour storage. Understood. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Shannon with CAISO Finance Department, Shannon Peterson, and I just wanted to add a little bit more of what they were talking about because I'm with the money coming in and money going out for the interconnection studies. Just to reiterate, if you're sending money to the wrong account at CAISO, it will automatically be returned. If we are notified, we will notify you. But if you're getting money back, it's because it wasn't sent to account number ending 1825. So please ask your accounting department to pick that specific account. And if the money is sent back to you, it's eating into your days to that October 15th. And we don't want that to happen. We want you to get the full 15 days to send the money to the right account. So please make sure that you're communicating to your accounting team. Also, if you are one that is sending a site control deposit to CAISO, you're going to be sending 3 separate deposits, 3 separate wires, not just 2. You can't combine the study and the site together. It has to be 3 separate, the fee, the study, and the site. Lastly, about name duplications. Our system at CAISO in accounting will not allow duplicate names. So if you have picked the name, a project name of the first project we had, we cannot accept it. And you may not know it until we're putting it in our system, which we try to do. We follow everything that they're doing immediately to get your project set up within our system. So it might not be just the prohibited list that is going to stop you from having that project name. It might be our system as well. So please just be patient with that if we're notifying you to change your project name.
Go ahead.
Just a couple of quick questions. Brian Ramos, Z Global. The October 15th, everything needs to be validated and deemed complete.
No, it has to be submitted.
Submitted.
Mhm.
Validation happens.
Validation happens after scoring.
Okay. We've got a lot of requests from neighboring TOs for PSCAD EMT models. Is that something that ISO is going to be asking for anytime in the future?
Yes, for EMT, not as part of the IR, but there is a requirement based on the BPM when it needs to be submitted. We are rethinking when we would want to request that, but not as part of the IR submission.
Okay, very good. And the last one is, I know you guys are working on GRIP. If you need any tests from outside, Z Global staff is here to help you poke at that thing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we are kind of coming close to our time, but let's go ahead and one more question in the room. So that way we can have Kaylee go, or Dawn with the questions, and then Kaylee. Go ahead.
Thank you. Hyping from Matrix Renewables, 2 questions. Number 1, for WDAT projects requesting deliverability, what documents would need to be submitted to GRIP? Only score criteria documents?
We'll talk about that later.
Okay, thank you. Number two, I understand that only the affidavit OP stamp is required, but would the detailed engineering design plan needed during the customer engagement window for validation?
No, it is not.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, so we have some questions in the chat. Let's see. The first one is, what documentation can we provide to demonstrate local RA system need? Kaylee, since you replied, do you want to take
Sorry.
that, Bob? Or Bob?
Yeah, so local RA system need, there is a document on the ISO website that provides the list of substations that have shown a need. There is no documentation you need to provide. Those points will be awarded based on your POI.
Great, thank you. If there is a plan to reconductor the GenTie to accommodate a Cluster 16 proposed project, is there a place to indicate this and still get expansion points in the scoring?
You will not get expansion points for that because the process has not been done. So you cannot prove that the GenTie currently has additional room for additional generation.
Well, just to clarify that, there's three categories for expansion. You can get 10 points if you're expanding a facility that's under construction. You get 20 points if you're expanding a facility that's in operation, and then you can get 50 points if it's either under construction or in operation and there's room on the GenTie. So if you're needing to expand the GenTie, you can still get points if the project is either under construction or in operation, but you just get lesser number of points.
So again, regarding expansion points, if we have a project expansion in the region from site control perspective, but the POI is new with the ISO, would it be considered as an expansion? I believe the answer to that is no. You have to be expanding an existing project, not co-locating a project on that same land. Let's see, there's a question. Can you speak more to the three criteria that the supporting site control documentation must meet as described in the BPM? I think Linda went over that because someone else asked that in the room. Okay. When we get to verification with the PTO for expansion points, do those have to be done before the queue submission? And I believe you're talking about room on the GenTie. And I believe the answer to that is going to be no.
So as far as any points go, when you submit your application, you're submitting everything. If you miss something in your submission, you do not get the points. We don't go back and forth. There's no discussion. You either get the points or you don't. And there's no like, you'll be able to see in the portal what points you got, but there's no back and forth. There's no, oh, I forgot to turn this in. There's no like, well, I should get these points because XYZ. We award the points and that is the process.
Can you elaborate on how system need points are awarded based on POI? And I think Kaylee talked about that already too. Okay, I think that's it from the chat. Oh, now Kaylee is going to go into detail on, you've gathered all this information, you have it on your desk. Now what do I do with it?
Can I take control, please?
In the corner, push.
Okay, thanks. Hi, I'm Kaylee. All of you email me all the time, and I like to talk to you in email, but I'm happy to see your faces. So thank you so much for coming and paying attention for this. So here we go. All right, application process. So the window opens October 1st. You all know this. You're all ready for this. I am working, why did I say I? Weird. We are working really hard to get GRIP ready, tested, and updated to meet all the changes that have happened and to make it just a little bit better. It's going to get better every year, so thanks for working with us. As soon as it is ready, I will send you a notification. You will get bombarded with emails, market notices to let you know that, hey, the new process is ready. Go ahead, you can start submitting your applications. Like I said earlier, our goal is to get that ready by the last week of September. If we can do it earlier, then we absolutely will. So I'm going to go through the process really quick, and then at the end, I'm going to show you some grip stuff. Okay. All right. So the window opens from the 1st to the 15th of October. If you forget to upload something, GRIP is really good about not really letting you complete the process without the proper uploads. But if by chance you're like, oh, well, my bump plot isn't quite ready yet, I'm just going to put a blank document in, it's going to let you do that. But then we're going to have to send it back to you. So if we have to send something back, or you have sent your wires on all one wire and we have to return it to you, you have 5 business days. We have 5 business days to let you know that you haven't submitted a complete application. And then you have to get it back to us. If you submit it again and it's still incomplete, we have 5 additional days to tell you that it's incomplete. So you're cutting into your time here, all right? Now, you've got until 5 p.m. on the 15th to submit your complete application. If you submit after the 8th, you likely will not have a chance to resubmit again. So if you have questions on the process or anything, please reach out to us. We do not want to send stuff back to you. We want you to get through the first time. This is the easy part. And we want to, get moving. All right. Between October and November, we will do the cluster criteria evaluation. And that's where we take all your scoring documents. We go through, make sure you chose a POI that has at least some form of TPD. And the engineering team will then do the 150% evaluation. So in the middle of November, right before Thanksgiving, as a gift to you, you're going to find out if you get to be in the study or not. It's very exciting. If you don't get to be in the study, that is also a gift because that means over the holidays, you don't have any work to do, okay? You get to wait until January to prepare for next year. All right, so in November, you'll be notified if you made it in, you didn't quite make it, or if you have to go to auction. Last year, I'm very excited, we had 0 auctions. Okay, hopefully this year is the same. That just means you guys are spread out and all the projects are amazing, and we didn't have anybody that was like, actually, we're doing the exact same thing at the exact same spot. Okay, if we have to go to auction, you'll be notified in GRIP. You'll be able to submit your bid there. Your auction bid will be due to the PTO at the same time as your CRD. So you must have that in before the customer engagement window closes, or you will be kicked out. There is no cure period in this first part. So I know money's hard and there's a lot of stuff that goes into it. Start working on that as quickly as possible. In December, we'll communicate the auction results. And if you have to go to auction, it's not that great because you do lose that time to get your project validated. We can't start validating a project until we know it's going to be included in the study. So any project that does not have to go to auction will start validation in the middle of November. Again, hooray, you're in the study. Boo, you have to go back and forth with the engineering teams over Thanksgiving. All right, and Christmas. So don't take any vacations. Don't spend any time with your family. Actually, have your kids help you. Okay. No, that just means, I think this is the second year with GRIP. The technical data was different than it was is different than it was before. Just learning the system, doing the inputs. I know Kathleen mentioned there is no form. You can't pre-populate anything and just have it ready to upload. You have to type everything in. We understand this. Wait and see what happens. But for this year, just do the best you can. Have your data as ready as possible. Look at the items that often get sent back, we discussed earlier, and try to make it, we did have one project last year that made it through one round of validation and was checked off and ready to go. Is that going to be you this year? Are there going to be 10? I think we should start giving out prizes for that. I'd be really excited. Okay. So between November and January, we're going to be doing that validation. If your project is not valid by January 13th, you won't be included in the study. There's no cure period for validation. The engineering teams work really hard to do the best they can to get your projects validated and to help you when you have questions. But if you need additional support, please, there are a lot of consultants available. Please reach out to someone. If this is your first time doing it, go get help so that way you can make it through and you're not sitting there on the 13th at 4 p.m. like, oh my goodness, what am I doing? Okay. In January, So during validation, this is also why you want to have your project validated early, is because we will be having scoping meetings. And I think a lot of you joined us last year. They are group scoping meetings, super fun. We all get together on WebEx and have a great chat. Okay. It's different than previous years. So I think we've all had one round of it. Now you kind of know, everybody's kind of used to the process. You do get to provide questions ahead of time. We really like those because if you ask me a question like last week, I can have a really good answer for you today. If you ask me a question right now, I don't have any time to go look it up. I'm going to give you the best I can with what I got right now. And if there's something else floating in my brain, you're probably not going to get the best answer. Okay. And we're not doing follow-up questions. We do not do follow-up questions from meetings anymore. At the end of the study process, you get your own meeting with the engineers, get to sit down and ask everything you like. But after these group meetings, we do not take things back unless there was something that was like really, really, really important that we couldn't answer. We say, yes, we're going to take it back. So keep that in mind. Give us your questions early. Also, try not to be going through validation while you're paying attention to scoping meetings. That's a 10-day period where we cram it all in. Y'all still with me? Okay. All right, so January, we're going to start the study. Now is the time you get to take a little break because you have passed off the process to the engineers. Good job, you made it. All right, so I see a couple hands. Kind of. Do we have a question right now?
One question, Brian Ramos, Z Global again. Last year, we had a project that was not successful in the scoring, and there was absolutely total lack of feedback on why that individual project would look not bad, didn't make it in. Encourage ISO to provide some feedback. It's challenging on the consulting side to tell your client, sorry, you didn't get in, without giving them some explanation. Thank you.
We'll take that back as a note. The ask was to provide feedback on if a project doesn't get in, like more information on the scoring on what they didn't make.
Yeah, this is Bob. Just to be clear, we'll tell you, well, your score wasn't high enough. However, we do not have any plans to actually publish what the scores were.
Could we at least know the minimum score that was accepted?
We can consider that.
And Vineet, did you have a hand up? Can we unmute?
Hi, this is Vinny from Clearway. I want to understand after October 15th, when the completeness review is done and at least everything is submitted, and then after October 15th, if let's say for expansion points, the interconnection customer claims that it can have like 50, the maximum expansion point, but let's say KAISO does not agree or have questions. Is there a process where before finalizing those points, IC can provide more documentation before KAISO makes a decision, or whatever was submitted before October 15, that's pretty much everything that KAISO would consider?
Thank you for the question. The answer is no. Whatever you submit by the 15th is what we're going to review, and there's no discussion after that. And the reason for this is because due to the FERC order, we're on very tight timelines. The day that one thing stops, the next thing starts. So we don't have time to do the back and forth. And the process flows very smoothly, not going back and forth. So we have one question in the room.
Yes, Eddie, that actually Powers Energy. I have a question regarding interconnection of data centers. And I'd like to know, in light of FERC's new order, how you plan to entertain data center interconnection with local generation during cluster 16.
This is Bob. I'm having a hard time hearing what you were asking, but as far as related to data center load interconnections, we are launching a stakeholder initiative. And so we'll be having a straw proposal paper come out within, I'm not sure if it's a week or two, but there is an initiative started. So, information will be coming out on that. But load interconnections are not part of the ISO resources interconnection process.
Okay, so you think that this other process that's going on will be done by the time that the cluster 16 opens up?
No, we are in the process of responding to the FERC order to show cause. And I believe that's going to be due sometime in November. So that's, that initiative will be ongoing while cluster 16 window is open.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you all. I'm going to go ahead and continue. I would like to say hello and welcome to our wholesale distribution customers that are coming to request deliverability in this new scoring process. Welcome to the party. If you are submitting a request to get deliverability, you now have to go through the scoring process. So there will be a button in GRIP for you to complete the application. What the application is going to be is just your application, your basic information from your what you've submitted to the PTO already. And then we will have the scoring section. The scoring section will be exactly the same as it is for every other customer. You will get notified through the process. The PTO will do a quick review of just, does your information match what's in their system? So that way we're looking at the same thing. But you will submit your application the same way as everybody else. The W.dot windows will open from September 11th to the 25th. So you want to make sure you have your application into them before our October window. So if you do not have an application in and you submit one into our system, we will reject it. All right. Okay. I'm going to keep talking.
I just want to add one thing that I heard Kaylee say earlier and just want to put a finer point on that, where you said if you don't have something like a bump test and you can just kind of submit, some sort of blank paper or something that's not relative or relevant to that particular issue, it'll take it. However, once we go into the completeness check, where we check to make sure your interconnection request application is complete in order to move forward, and it must be complete by the 15th of October, we will disqualify a project that when we're looking for a bump test, looking for a graph, and something is totally different, we won't accept that. We're not going to validate the actual bump test, but it's got to look like a bump test. So just to be clear, we're not, just because the system will accept something different doesn't mean it will pass the acceptance or the completeness check.
Okay. I do see two questions in the chat. The first is, can you elaborate on how system need points are awarded based on POI? I'm going to send you to the website. There is a document that shows what specific POIs have system need. We can pull that up later in the engineering discussion. Next question, we're WDAT through PG&E. I believe our application is through PG&E's portal. Is that correct? You will submit your interconnection application through PG&E. However, if you're seeking deliverability, you will also need to submit an application in the CAISO window. And you'll be subject to that 150%, or you'll have to come back another time to try to get deliverability. And so yes, you need to do the PG&E window between September 11th and 25th, and then you'll do the ISO window from October 1st to the 15th. Okay. I'm going to go over some stuff in GRIP. I'm looking at the schedule. We're running a little bit behind. So I'd like to encourage you all to get up, get snacks, and kind of, if you like, walk around while I do this. Don't feel glued to your seat. And if you have questions as this is coming up, or I don't cover something that you want to go over, find me anytime. I'm happy to step out and take a break, walk you through something. You can email me anytime, call me. I want to make sure that the software is not a hindrance to anyone. So I'm available. There's also a video online. You get to hear my wonderful voice for like an hour and a half while I fill out an application. Granted, it's not the exact same application you're going to be filling out for cluster 16, but it goes through step by step, literally a lot of stuff. We also have our GRIP user guide. I like to update that about every, couple months and just add some new stuff in there. Throw you for a loop. No, just kidding. So there are a lot of resources available if you have questions. Okay, so hold on. Can I not share my screen? Oh, screen. Okay, don't mind me. I swear I'm tech savvy. Right. I do have one more question. Oh, okay. Sorry, we have one more question in the chat. The WDAT window is the same for SCE, PG&E, and San Diego.
Yeah, just to be clear, all of the PTOs are in the process of filing information with FERC to change their tariffs. And they've all agreed to make sure that they all have the same intake window for their WDAT projects, which is September 11th through the 15th or through the 25th. The purpose of that is we want to have all of the interconnection requests that they receive fully completed by the time our window opens, because if a WDAP project is putting some points into our window, we want to make sure it's actually been accepted into the PTO interconnection queue. So they do their process first to make sure that they have those completed projects to be able to check what goes into our queue.
Thank you. And one additional question. Congratulations on your first submission. I'm very excited for you. But as far as fees for WDAT projects, you'll pay all your fees to the PTO. There is no fee for submitting the application in GRIP and the ISO portal for that deliverability. Okay. Thank you. All right. So as you can see on the screen, this is our wonderful, beautiful CAISO website. All right. When I first started, I had a hard time finding things because there's so much information here. So I'm going to walk you through it, because sometimes I will send you an email with the document you're requesting, and sometimes I will just tell you how to get there. Just depends on which day it is. But right now you're going to know. Okay. All right. So start at the generation and transmission menu in the top, and then you can go to generation. Okay, if your internet works. All right, and then you're gonna click on this beautiful picture of a power plant, and it says generator interconnection. Okay, and you've got some great little tabs here. We've got interconnection request and study, which we are gonna go to, but I wanna show you cool things on this page. You can learn more about interconnecting. Okay, this presentation will be posted here. I'm not sure if we're going to post the recording or not, but if it is, okay, this is where you'll find it. So everything I'm going to say, if you are taking a break right now, thank you. Also, good job. You'll still be able to hear what I'm saying because you can go to the video. All right. There's also a new scheduling coordinator resource owner reference guide. Okay, but if you want to see what projects are in the queue right now, where would you go? All right. So we actually have 2 different queue reports right now because we're still working on 2 different systems. So if you'd like to see cluster 14 and previous, you will click this blue button right here. It says ISO queue reports. If you would like to see cluster 15 and later, you will click this Excel spreadsheet right here. Yes, if you want to see both, you have to combine it in shelf. Sorry. They are both up to date. All right, there's also a lot of information on this page, just general information. Feel free to look through this. It's good for your health. If you were looking for any accounting forms, let's say you had site control and you had to pay a deposit for site control and now you have your site control, you will need to submit a W-9 and a vendor update form. This is where you find those forms. So instead of emailing Nick, like, hey, can I get that form? This is where you find it. All right. So yeah, that's for any refunds. Yeah, I'm going, sorry. Okay, if you click the Interconnection Request and Study, I just really like talking. It's fun. It's not my fault, internet's not working. Okay, this is where you find GRIP information. Okay, so here's the login, and if you click on this link above it, it will take you to the release notes, it will take you to the user guide, frequently asked questions, and the video I was just talking about. Okay, so this is our UAT environment. I'm in GRIP. Okay, if you have not registered in the portal, you have to register in the portal before you can do anything. If you have issues registering in the portal, if you are a user that also works with SRP, use your login for SRP and it will work. You don't have to register, just log in using your other or any other ISO. Log in using your other ISO login. Everybody else, you're going to have to create an account, put in your username, your email. It's going to send you a notification. You have to accept it. It's not spam. Then you'll be in the portal. Okay, so if you are part of a company, most of you have already set this up, but you need to set up your company in GRIP before you can add people to it and share applications. This goes for my consultants as well. Consultants, you need to set up a company because if you start an application for Susie over here, Susie doesn't have access. And when she asks me for access, I'm going to give it to her because it's her project, but I have to take that access away from you. So if you're a consultant company, can create your own company and then we can add you to your projects. If you have any questions about that, reach out to me. But if you don't have a company set up, you will not have access to your client's projects. Okay, and then while you're setting up a company, please go to the GRIP user guide, page 13, and follow the steps. I want to note that the first step is to complete a UAA agreement. This is a link. You need to click the link and complete this before you go into GRIP and press the button that says create a company, because I will deny your company and then I'll send you right back here. So please follow the instructions that are in the user guide to set up that company. Once you have a company set up, you have to have an administrator. That administrator is going to be responsible for everyone in your company's access. If someone leaves your company, your admin needs to take them out. If the person who is your admin leaves your company, then you need to have a new admin. Questions, comments, concerns, come talk to me. All right. What else did I want to show you? Comments, company setup. Okay. All right. So if you are in one of your projects. Okay. Well, here's what the login screen looks like. All right. If you're in one of your projects, I'm just going to highlight comments for right now. I know I'm running short on time, but if you would like to send a message to anyone working on your project at the ISO, You need to go with the @ symbol, and then it's going to highlight people available. When you do this, it will notify us that you've left a comment in there. If you don't do this, I have no idea you left a comment, and I am not going to respond to you. So don't forget to do that. Okay, I'm happy to do grip tutorials anytime. Pull me aside. As far as submitting applications right now, like I said, you can start one. However, it is not the correct application. So what would happen if you started one today would be when you went to submit it and we sent it back for corrections, you would have to refill out a bunch of different areas and it would move your information all around. If you just want to see what fields are in the application, knowing that they might change, you can go ahead and pretend to start a new request and then start filling it out. This is going to be the only way for you to see what you're going to have to provide, unless you're working with a consultant company that has already pulled this information out for you and has given you a sheet. So, like I said, there's a video online that shows you how to walk through all these screens. Pull me aside at any time if you want more grip stuff, and I'm going to open up to questions. Awesome. No questions. Oh, wait. No. Thank you. Oh, here we go.
Hello, Dave Smith with NG. You mentioned if we started now, we'd have to redo it or so. What's the, when will it be updated such that we don't have to redo that?
Yep, I'm hoping the beginning of September, but definitely by the last week of September. So we will send messaging as soon as it's ready, but it's with our software development team right now to get those changes in. Available, they can fill it out, but they
So if it's after the close, it's likely we'll have to redo all this. Is that right? I mean,
yes, you have to redo a lot, but I don't think you'll have to re-upload documents, but some of the fields have changed. So you won't know what fields have changed until after you get the corrections back. We are considering a different solution to this to be able to at least show you what the fields are before then. But I can't commit to anything right this second. So.
yeah, and I think, any kind of communications on these updates and stuff for the community would be very helpful. But thank you.
Absolutely. Anybody else? Anything in chat? All right, thank you.
And just kind of to that point, hopefully you're all aware of our interconnection customer user group call that we have every other week. It's only open to interconnection customers, but you're welcome to participate in that, and information does flow through that meeting as well as through market notices.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and reshare the slides, Stacy, and then we'll take a quick break. Okay. So 10:35 will be, yes, and then we'll resume with Jackie. Thank you. Yes.
So I was like, all right, with everything, like. And we're still waiting to close the capacity constraint.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing the state. I'd say there's a great requirement.
Well, are we going up to 320? Yeah, but we're not
You're not
producing. Yeah, yeah.
But then, just on five.
Yeah. Just makes sense.
I'm saying they're having a system because, generator.
Yeah.
Stacy, can you?
Yeah, because we're not, I mean, all of the, it's already done all, the whole system upgrade. I mean, like, everything's been upgraded. Yeah. I swear, that thing's been on my PMP for so long right now. My boss is like, let me remove it. I'm like, I think we're actually gonna hit it by December. I'm like, I don't know. It's like, yeah, because I know that David said something about possibly going to 220 earlier, full capacity. We're not gonna get that. Back, oh, it's still not. But doesn't mean it's gonna move it then, but yeah. So we might have it by summer. Like, hopefully. Yeah. Oh, and is that why we're not, we can travel early? No, never misinterpreted this.
Interpreted.
Sorry.
I don't know.
Yeah.
What? Oh, yeah. Hi, good morning. My name is Jacqueline Meredith, and I'm joining from the legal department today. Right now, we're going to briefly go over the NDA overview.
Hi, good morning. Everybody in the room, if you could take your seats, or if you want to continue your conversations, just take them outside in the hall. We're going to continue with the presentation. Thank you all so much, especially you guys in the back, still chatting.
Thank you, Kaylee. All right. All right. So the transmission planning NDA, non-disclosure agreements. All participants who would like to participate in the scoping meetings must have a transmission planning NDA on file, and that is at the company level. And then all participating employees also need an Exhibit A on file. Couple of just quick tips. So if you're going to be submitting any of this documentation in advance of the scoping meeting, please give us plenty of time, at least 2 weeks, preferably even longer. If when we get a bunch of requests all at the same time, it's only a handful of people who process these, so it's a lot to do in a short period. So please give us plenty of advance notice, weeks or months if you can. And then all correspondence comes to KaiSoNDA@kaiso.com. Again, that's KaiSoNDA@kaiso.com. All right, locating the forms. So everyone knows our KaiSo.com webpage. From there, you hover over to the Legal and Regulatory tab, and then Contracts and Agreements. And then from there, this is the page that loads. And if you scroll down just a little bit to non-disclosure agreements, the transmission planning, NDA, and instructions are located under the third header. So for all interconnection customers, if your company already has a transmission planning NDA on file, then all you need to submit are any Exhibit A's for any new employees who don't already have any on file. And if you want to check, you can always send an email to KaiSoNDA@kaiso.com, and I'll gladly look up. I'll let you know which employees you have. You can remove anyone who is no longer with your company. But it's just this simple form. That's all you have to update if you already have that transmission planning NDA. If you are a new NDA and you need to set up the transmission planning NDA, the template is on the webpage that we just visited. And what I would need is the body of the transmission planning NDA filled in, all relevant Exhibit A forms, and then only one Exhibit B form. And then little quick caveat, if you're not already a WEC member, then please also provide the WEC confidentiality agreement. It is located inside the instructions back again on the webpage we just visited. Working with consultants. If you have someone that you're sharing data with, that you collaborate with, that's completely fine. Consultants need to have their own transmission planning NDA as well. And then if they already have one on file, which is the case for a lot of the companies we work with, we would just need updated Exhibit A's from them. And then if you are setting up a relationship directly with them and you both already have transmission planning NDAs, I just need an updated Exhibit C. And that just says, yes, we're fine with sharing information with each other. If a consultant is new and needs to set up a new transmission planning NDA, then I still need the completed packet as mentioned on the previous slide, but we also need a confirmation from the client saying, yes, I am okay with this entity sharing my data, that's okay. And also I need the updated Exhibit C included with the packet for all new consultants. Tips for streamlining the NDA process. There's a lot of forms that get stuck in a back and forth email cycle simply because they're just not filled in correctly or they're just not filled in all the way. So here are just a couple quick tips to help streamline the process. All references to receiving party, that is a reference to the company name, not at the individual level. There's a check mark on page 1 where you identify the type of entity that your business is. A lot of folks tend to skip over that, so just please mark that on page 1 as well. Please sign the NDA on behalf of your company or someone in authority at your company. And then for the Exhibit A's, we do need 1 form per employee. So if you have 6 people who need an Exhibit A, you need to include 6 people who need access. You need 6 Exhibit A's provided. And then also on that page in the middle, there's a little check mark. You need to note whether the employees are engaging in marketing or not. Some can be one or the other within the same company. It's totally fine. It just comes down to the level of access that people are granted. So please just don't forget that check mark. And then complete the Exhibit B as instructed on the form, but this directly correlates to the check mark from page 1. All references to the executed agreement date can be left blank because this will auto-populate at the end once the final signatures have been received. Couple more tips, please submit a brand new NDA in one complete packet, and this would include the body of the NDA, all of the Exhibit A forms, B and C if applicable in that order. It's how we route it into DocuSign. It helps streamline the process. And then again, if you do need the wet confidentiality agreement, it's located inside the instructions and that can be provided as a separate document. On this slide here, we just have a couple of links that go directly to each of these documents that we were just going over. The transmission planning NDA template itself, the instructions, which includes the WEC agreement. For UAA instructions or guides or questions, there's a couple of links here for that's the process. After the NDA process is complete, that's where you actually gain access through AIM. And then of course, if you have any general questions, you can always come to kisonda@kiso.com. Any questions? All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. Vera? Just a quick mic check.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Vera Hart, and I'm one of the regional transmission planning engineers here at the ISO. I will go over the project selection and the study process overview. I don't promise to be as lively and exciting as Kaylee and the other ladies, but I'll try my best. Hopefully I don't bore you. Okay, so the topics I'm planning to discuss today are outlined here. We'll talk about just the Cluster 16 study timeline summary, then I'll go into POI Constraint Mapping, restricted POIs, Deliverability Reservation, evaluation of line POIs, and then we'll move into Interconnection Studies, where I'll talk about cluster study, restudy, facility study, and TPD. These will be brief summaries of the studies, and then just a plug-in on the heat map data that we have posted for Cluster 15 and TPD. So regarding the Cluster 16 study timeline, as you can see here on the screen, we'll start with the validation process. So actually before that, we'll be doing the intake, and that intake selection will take us from October 16th to November 19th. After that, a validation will occur, as was mentioned before, through January 13th. We'll start our studies January 14th through July. Then once we're done with the cluster studies, we'll of course have a cluster results meeting. After that, we'll move into the annual reassessment. The annual reassessment will be going from July to January. And then after the reassessment, we'll do the interconnection facility study for cluster 16, taking us from January 2028 to September 2028. And then following that study, cluster 16 projects will have their first opportunity to compete in that upcoming TPD cycle. Right now, it looks like sometime early 2029 based on this timeline. Okay, so moving into the constraint mapping section. So this is the data package that we have on our website. This includes, it's the transmission capability estimate inputs for CPUC that were posted on July 15th, 2026. We have attachment B, attachment B1, so B2 and B1, attachment A. And then, so the B1 is the one that I'll be going over just a few examples in the next slide. And then, of course, this package also includes cluster 16 zonal intake limits for energy only. I have actually not included that slide in the presentation, but if anyone is wondering, you can reference it here. And then the transmission capability estimate white paper is a very important document. That white paper outlines all of the assumptions for the TX capability and constraint mapping, TPD calculations that are in that attachment B1. So please reference that document. It will have very important information on how those were calculated and the assumptions. Okay, so regarding the attachment B1, we have a spreadsheet document, and the spreadsheet will have a northern tab and a southern tab. So I'm going over some example of how to read it. Here at the top, you'll see the PTO area, study area, and whether that TPD zone is merchant or TPD. So you can see that at the top few rows. Then next, into that constraint mapping spreadsheet, you will see the transmission plan capability, which is going to be the number for each of the constraints that you see there. We'll use that. We are using this in this document to perform a calculation on where you will then find your available TPD. Then the next constraint, the next number is the TPD allocated within the non-operational resources. So that one is counted towards the transmission plan capability. And then the next value is the difference between the transmission plan capability and the TPD number. So that 150% of that value is what is going to be used for the cluster 16 intake process. That is consistent with what was done for cluster 15 and continuing on. And then the next several rows here are substation POIs, and the substation POIs included here are all CAISO controlled substation POIs. So if you don't see a POI on this list, then it's most likely not CAISO controlled. That's why it was not included. In terms of line POIs, the line POIs included will usually be projects that were previously studied at that line POI. So that's why there are some line POIs here, but there's a bunch that are not. We won't include line POIs for the entire system, just the ones that had already had a project applied there in the past. And then, of course, once the project does go through the study and it builds, if it's building a new switching station, for example, then in that case, we do change the line POI to the actual substation name, but we don't do that up until the project actually goes through the study process and completes its study process. So going through a couple examples here on how to, further navigate this spreadsheet. So in this example one, for example, the Bay Area project here is in the TPD zone, and in that project proposing to connect at a POI in a TPD zone, which is behind at least one constraint with 0 available TPD, will not move forward to the intake process. So look out to make sure that your project is not behind any 0 constraint TPD. Otherwise, it won't move forward. And then in the second example, project in a TPD zone proposing to connect at a POI, which is behind no constraint with 0 available TPD, will move forward to the intake process. A project's potential for TPD is limited to the constraint with the lowest amount of the available capacity. In this case, it's 152 megawatts, but it would be 150% of the 152 megawatts. So you do get a little bit more there. Okay, my next topic will be restricted POIs. So as a reminder regarding restricted substations for new generation interconnection, it is the IC's responsibility to be aware of the PTO restrictions. Cluster 16 restricted POIs are on our website, and the link is in this presentation. So you can get the details that I'll be talking about in the next few slides in that document as well. So regarding PG&E substations with fault duty limitations, that's one bucket. So there are certain substation buses that have reached the ultimate fault duty limitation of 63 kA and no longer have physical space for bus reactors to correct the fault duty. In those situations, projects with POIs that are within sufficient electrical distance of the substations in this table that contribute more than 100 amps of fault current may require significant mitigation in order to be considered feasible. So this is the list for you guys. There's another bucket for PG&E substations which is proximity limitations. So certain substations based on case by case may require PG&E to stipulate a switching station location based on some asset utilization of nearby switching stations and long-term maintenance and operating costs, overlapping cluster requests, and good engineering judgment. So when an interconnection customer proposes to interconnect there, PG&E will determine whether new substation is required and will select its location based on existing substations or switching stations. This is like the POI consolidation. We did that in cluster 15 for some PG&E requests on the 500 kV system. So we will continue to follow that as needed. Next, another bucket for PG&E is space limitations. So there are certain substations that have been fully built out and they no longer have physical space for expansion or to accommodate that expansion. The substation locations will be listed in that table below. And so this, to clarify, POIs in this table can only be requested if the generation site has an existing POI at that location. And thus will not require any substation expansion. The substation locations shown there can entertain new POI requests with complex upgrades and increased timelines, which I think most of us don't want any of that. The timelines are already pretty long for interconnecting, so please avoid those if you can. And then there's an additional list of substations with complex upgrades for your viewing and to avoid if possible. Okay, so that covers PG&E restricted POIs, and now I'll go over the SCE substation with restricted POIs. So first one on the list is Mesa 500 kV. It looks like the switchyard has very limited number of positions due to the physical layout. Any new 500 kV gen tie lines would have to cross over existing lines, which is a reliability risk. Remaining positions are reserved for future potential 500 kV reliability or policy projects. So there's no room for underground 500 kV facilities either. So Mesa is no good. And then we have Lugo 500 kV. It looks like QC15 studies have shown that there's no available positions or room for expansion, lack of available short circuit duty margin, which have triggered the need for large-scale transmission upgrades is one of the issues. And then these upgrades have already identified that generation projects must interconnect to new Lugo 500 kV collector stations. Approved projects in flight or in planning stages have shown that terminating any 500 kV gen tie line is also not possible. So not a good location there. Next is Vincent 500 kV. It seems that there's no room to expand to the west or to the east. There's a remaining position that appears on the south side, but it looks like it's been reserved already. And then there's also short circuit duty issues in the substation, which SE is evaluating mitigations for. Wind hub 220 kV, it looks like it may be difficult for project to interconnect into that switchyard based on a number of challenges that have been encountered for recent projects, which have required work including underground lines. Interconnection may or may not be possible. Any requests to connect here will be at the risk of the customer. Okay. Next topic is deliverability reservations. The table depicted here is errata to table 1-1. It's the deliverable resource and resource locations of the board approved 2025-2026 transmission plan. We have listed the out-of-state wind reservations, offshore wind, long duration battery energy storage reservations. Just for that one, we didn't list the kV level here, but they are all 230 kV.
in case you were wondering. So then we also have geothermal out-of-state reservations and then in-state geothermal reservation list as well. So you can look at the far right column on the megawatt amount that we are reserving. So for treatment of deliverability reservation within the POI constraint mapping, it is explained in the README tab. So the first piece of this README tab does mention that the transmission capability estimates are based on the study amounts. They're not based on the interconnection and installed capacity. Then we move into the point 2 that says the transmission plant capability and available TPD have been calculated after modeling them as imports, reserving those out-of-state long lead generation resources that are specified in the previous table. And then we reserve deliverability at the locations that we identified in that table 1-1, and then future reservations are also future reservations at the locations and amounts are identified in that table 1-1. And we can kind of combine 4 and 5 there since it's future reservations that are relisted in the previous table. We have had some kind of frequently asked questions that we have prepared answers to, and I'm going to go through some of those. So hopefully this helps reduce the amount of questions you may have later, but nonetheless, this is what I'll be going through. So, clicked one too many. Going back. There you go. So question 1 is, will interconnection application at POIs with TPD reservations that we showed in that table 1-1 previously be accepted even if it shows 0 in the cluster 16 constraint mapping? Yes, they will be accepted as long as the project's technology and POI align with the POI's capacity reservations. So we will accept the full project amount as well, which is in line with how we accept projects that are within that 150% limit for other POIs. We will accept the full amount of the project, but no ADNUs will be considered in the interconnection studies to allow that megawatt greater than the reservation to become deliverable. And then the next question would be, will 150% be applied to the TPD reservation amounts? We will not apply 150% to the TPD reservation amounts. And then how is scoring implemented for projects at POIs with TPD reservations? If there's only one eligible project with the reserved megawatts, is it accepted regardless of score, or does it need to compete with projects under shared constraints? So projects with the technology that has capacity reserved for a specific POI will only compete with such other projects for that reservation. And then once the capacity reservation is fully utilized, the lower scoring project not chosen could compete with other projects at that POI for any of the unreserved capacity that may exist. So we kind of go through 2 examples. There is an example where a reservation is 100 megawatt of pump hydro at POI 1. POI 1 has available TPD of 200 megawatts. That's within the 150%. So then cluster 16 submission for POI 1, project 1 has 300 megawatts of pump hydro, and then project 2 has 100 megawatts of battery. Project 1 is in and project 2 is not, since that project 1 already exceeds the capacity. So we take the full project. And then example 2, reservation of 100 megawatt pump hydro at POI 1. POI 1 available TPD with 150% is 200 megawatts. And so, but then in this example, project 1 is 150 megawatt pump hydro and project 2 is 100 megawatt battery. In this case, we do accept both projects. Okay, next question. Is there any flexibility in the definition of POIs eligible for TPD reservation? No, unfortunately, there's no flexibility. So to be eligible and take advantage of the capacity reservations that the POIs listed, to qualify for the long lead time resource intake points and to take advantage of the reserved capacity for a given technology in the table, in the TPD allocation process, the project must be at the locations shown in that errata table 1-1. Its POI cannot be close or nearby. It must be at that specific POI and voltage level. Please confirm that projects are not eligible for the merchant pathway when applying in a TPD zone that shows 0 capacity. That is correct. Merchant projects are only accepted in a merchant zone. Okay, evaluation of line POIs and intake process. So for constraint mapping purposes, line POIs could fall behind one of these situations. I'll go through the different ones. Both ends of the line have 0 available TPD. The project will not be accepted. Please do not submit any projects there. Both ends of the line have available TPD and are behind the same constraints. The project will be mapped to the same constraints. Both ends of the line have available TPD and are behind different sets of constraints, or only one end of the line has available TPD. Then the POI needs to be evaluated further. And we have a couple approaches on how to evaluate those situations. So number 1 is defects against the constraint. So in this approach, the cluster 16 project with the line POI will be added to a case with a tiny megawatt amount, and it will be tested to check their defects against the constraints that we have reported in the constraint mapping list. If that defects at both ends of the line can be determined based on previous studies, then we can do that. Otherwise, we have to go through this process. And then other option is the direction of majority of the power flow. So to do this, we add a fictitious bus will be injected at the point of interconnection on the line, and defects on both sides of the interconnection will be calculated. The project will be assigned to the substation in the direction of the higher defects for the intake screening process. And we plan to utilize the 2025 TPD master case for this POI evaluation. And the ISO will also include the 2025-2026 approved TPP policy projects. I believe there were 4 of them, so those will be included in that, consistent with the assumptions that we have outlined in the white paper. I think I can pause here and see if we have questions on the.
We do have a few questions in the chat. So the first question is, would there be any more updates to the constraint data? And the answer is no, we don't expect any. Can you confirm that the POI in table G2 are allowed for entry and will be studied?
Under the restricted POI list?
Yes. I think they're asking about G2A1. Can you unmute Vineet?
Yeah, I can respond. For the PG&E part, if you read the heading of the slide, if it says advisory, that means it's only advisory. But there is one, I think it's space limited, that is restricted.
Thank you.
Everything else is advisory.
Thank you. Okay, next, if we could go to slide 67. The question is that slides 67 and 68 seem to contradict themselves. Can you review one more time, specifically the 150% topic?
'67 and '68 contradict? Yeah, not quite sure, but we do accept the full project at the reserved POI. So it doesn't, we won't be adding the 150% to the reserved TPD, but we will accept the full project up to whatever is submitted. I don't know if that helps, but if there's any follow-up, please.
Yeah, if there's any follow-up, it would be good to hear that. But I was just looking at myself on item number 2, it says, we will not apply the 150% to the reservation amount. And then down in the examples in number 3 on the next slide, it talks about using the 150%. And the point of that is, for example, one, it shows 100 megawatts of reservation for pump storage hydro, and then it talks about 150% at that POI. It's because there's extra capacity beyond what's reserved. So what we reserve, that is not multiplied by 150%, but for the overall amount that's available beyond just the reserved amount, that amount does get multiplied by the 150%. So if that's where you thought the inconsistency was, that's the explanation for that.
Thank you. And I think Vineet had a follow-up as well. You're unmuted.
Hi, this is Vineet from Clearway. Yeah, I have a question about the like if there is an overflow for the intake purposes. So I think you were showing if a project's megawatt is higher than the intake amount, like let's say project is 100 megawatt, but intake is only like, let's say 50, you allow the whole project to enter where there is this TPD reservation. Is it true for places where there is no TPD reservation, just like regular POIs? Do you allow like the whole project to be entered?
Yes, that is true.
Okay, and so for example, if TPD is like, let's say 50 megawatt in the constraint mapping, but the project is a gigawatt project and it's like first in line, highest scorer, you would entertain the whole gigawatt, right?
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, just to be clear on that is what within the scoring process and the amount of available TPD, the last project that actually crosses the line over that 150% threshold amount, that whole project is accepted. So it's that last project that crosses that 150% threshold that we would allow more than the amount available, allow that project in.
I see. Okay, got it. And it doesn't matter, like even if there is a last, just like a megawatt remaining, but the project is like a whole gigawatt project, you still allow that to be entered.
Yes, that is the process.
Thank you. We'll go to Ben in the room.
This is maybe another PTO question, but on the restricted POI list, is that also applicable to the 12 kV system, or is that only for the higher voltage system?
So for the WDAP projects, the ISO points don't apply. Thank you.
And we don't know if the PTO actually has a restricted POI list on their distribution system. You'd have to check with them.
We have one more in the chat. It says, I had a question on reservations. I understand this is based on availability and needs of the grid, but there is also communication with the jurisdictions where the POIs are located to take a pulse and make sure if projects will actually be able to have success being built there. Because is there communication with the jurisdictions? From what I'm hearing, there's been a lot of challenge with opposition to energy projects, in particular storage, and this causes the TPD needs not to be met. So they're asking if we've communicated with the jurisdictions where these specific POIs are, so the projects can actually be built.
Maybe you take that one in writing.
Yeah, I don't think that's a question that the ISO can answer. I don't think we reach out specifically to communities where projects are being built. I think that's up to the interconnection customers to have discussions as part of their process citing these projects. That's all the questions that we have.
Okay, I will move to the, studies, interconnection studies. Okay. All right, so the exciting part, the cluster study. So cluster study will run from January to June. It's 150 days for those projects that have met the eligibility criteria and move into the study. The study will evaluate the impacts of interconnection requests received during the application window, assess the POI selected by each interconnection customer and potential alternatives. This is the POI consolidation, one of those items. And then we'll, of course, provide cost estimates. That's what everyone is interested in for the LDNUs, the RNUs, CANUs, and we'll also identify precursor network upgrades. We'll also preliminarily identify interconnection facilities. We'll provide cost estimates for ADNUs and merchant study zones only, and we will establish the non-binding current cost responsibility, maximum cost responsibility, maximum cost exposure until the issuance of the interconnection facility study report, which will solidify those. After the cluster study, for those projects that remain, we will do a reassessment restudy that will go from July to January of the following year. So the reassessment will evaluate the impacts of those network upgrades identified in previous interconnection studies and assumed in the cluster study of the interconnection request withdrawals occurring after the completion of the interconnection studies for the immediate preceding Q cluster. Downsizing requests from interconnection customers will be evaluated. The performance of earlier Q interconnection customers with executed GIAs, changes in TP deliverability allocations or deliverability status will be included. There is usually a TPD study for the prior cluster that occurs before the reassessment. So all the results from that should be included in the reassessment. The results of the TP deliverability allocation, and then transmission additions and upgrades approved or removed in the most recent TPP cycle will be included. CANUs may become ANUs, or they may change to precursor network upgrades as part of the reassessment. And then there's going to be, for pre-cluster 16 projects, option to adjust their maximum cost responsibility if they meet the criteria listed below. So if one of or more interconnection customers withdraw from the cluster or deem withdrawn, as stated in the RIS, the CAISO will conduct a cluster restudy as part of the annual reassessment. It's not separate, it's all combined with the one. And if we do determine that a cluster restudy is not necessary, then we will notify customers that that was not necessary for the cluster 16. The scope of any cluster restudy will be consistent with the scope of the initial cluster study. The results of the cluster restudy will be combined into a report, restudy report, and those will be issued to the customers. ISO will also hold a meeting after the restudy results and reports come out. It looks like within 10 business days to go over questions from the customers. Facility study will follow the reassessment, and it will be performed on a clustered basis. The interconnection facility study will provide your CCR, MCR, and MCE to implement the conclusions of the cluster study report. And interconnection facility study will also identify electrical switching configuration of the connecting equipment, including without limitation transformer, switch gears, and other station equipment. The nature and estimated cost of any participating TOs, interconnection facility, and network upgrades necessary to accomplish the interconnection and an estimate of time required to complete the and installation of such facilities. Okay, after that, you will get a chance to participate in your first transmission plan deliverability study. It will be for projects generating facilities that meet the eligibility criteria, which is set forth in the tariff. Merchant option generating facility that did not require ADNUs will also participate, and then the TP deliverability available for allocation will be determined from the most recent transmission plan. Update base case will be utilized, which will include the most recent approved TPP projects. Allocation is based on scores, and then once a generating facility is allocated TP deliverability, it needs to comply with the retention criteria so that it can retain that deliverability allocation. And then a plugin on the heat map data for what we've posted. You can access the heat map at the link there, CAISO site link. And then the heat map has been updated to include cluster 15 and the 25 TPD scenarios. So you can feel free to reference that data. Okay, so that concludes the slides that I prepared. Any further questions?
We do have a question in the back.
Yes, this is Jasmine Pierce from AES. I have a question on the projects, how much they can be decreased after initial interconnection and then between system impact study and facility study. I think there's a reference on this section.
So there's a rule of 15% that
15%.
Yeah.
Okay, and then after, so that's between the interconnection request and before going into system impact study, or how does that work?
Yeah, the
No.
opportunity currently within the tariff is using the Appendix B process, which is after the restudy process and before the facility study, there is an opportunity to reduce your project capacity by 15%.
Okay.
Anything after that, after the study process is totally completed, there is a downsizing process through the MMA process that can take place, but that's post-study.
And just to clarify, the 15% is available in the Appendix B. It does not get studied until the following year's reassessment. And there are stipulations around that as far as impacting other projects and you seeing the cost benefit.
Okay, thank you.
We do have one question in the chat. It says, will the heat map be updated to reference the new attachment B1?
Can you repeat the question? I missed the first part.
Sorry. It says, will the heat map be updated to reference the new attachment B1?
No, we'll not be updating that until the next cluster study is completed.
Thank you. I have follow-up question about the project downsize. So would IR can request downsize during the customer engagement window?
So if you decide to change your project during the customer engagement window, you would have to resubmit and restart validation. So as long as all of your technical data is valid, by the end of the engagement window, then that should be fine. However, if any of the pieces you're downsizing, you got points for, then you would have to withdraw your project. So let's say you had something that I can't think of right now, and you decided to get rid of it, but you got 20 points for it, then you would not. You would have to withdraw the project.
Gotcha. Thank you. Another question about the TPD allocation based on scores you mentioned in slide 77. So does that scores refer to the initial score submitted during the application window?
No, you have to submit an affidavit, and in that TP affidavit, there's a scoring process separate.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll talk about that later.
And I'll just add, way back at the beginning of Vera's presentation, there was a schedule that she was showing. It was a nice, colorful schedule. Just to let everybody know, that is posted on the internet. So if you go to the ISO Interconnection Request and Study page, it's listed under, let me see here, what it's called. It's called the Interconnection Study Timeline. So look for that header, and there's a schedule underneath that you can look for cluster 16 as well as prior clusters.
Any other questions in the room? I don't see any hands online or items in the chat. Oh, here we go.
Hello, this is Patrick from Z Global. This is a question on the restudy and cost allocation. So is it possible for a new upgrade, a cost upgrade, when there was no conditional exposure after a restudy?
So a CANU is established in the cluster study typically, and then in the restudy, typically we would either it will continue to be a CANU or it will change to an ANU or a PNU.
The question is more as if the CANU never existed, but the restudy kind of came up as a assigned network upgrade.
Yeah. It's possible.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And just to add to that, the cost caps are not set until the facility study. Any other questions in the room? Okay, everybody needs sugar.
Everything is sugar?
No, I said everybody needs sugar.
Oh, well, everybody can have actual food. So we are going to break for lunch. Lunch is going to be 1.5 hours. We will start back here promptly. There will be a slide that will have the time. So everybody do the math yourselves. And we'll see you back here around 1-ish, I guess. There are probably extra breakfast burritos. So if you want to save yourself some cash, feel free to have that for lunch. We've all done it. We've all been to college, I think. Eating the same thing for days. Okay, enjoy your lunch.
Yeah, enjoy it. The cafe downstairs has a full kitchen. So there's, I think today is chili, brisket, so like a barbecue style. So, and a salad bar.
that we had on there, but it's fine. I'll edit it right now.
It's so much work to do, but I think the busy part is.
No one saw it. It was internal. Just for here. Yeah.
Did it start up with the letter of credit and the changes?
No, you're good.
So I think last window.
Hey, Stacy, just checking if you're there.
Hey, I'm here.
We're going to start in a few seconds.
Okay.
I was talking to Julia. So I could just look at you and then I'm talking to them, get nervous. Yeah. Well, it's nice to meet you. Yeah. Same travels when you guys go back and we'll email.
Okay.
You're still up to date.
Okay, everyone, we're getting started.
For some reason.
Welcome back, everyone. We will get started. We thank you all for coming back. Hopefully everyone enjoyed the cafe, and thanks to all the staff that were there. And we really appreciate those who are still with us. I know lots of people here from their stakeholder community are coming from lots of areas. I don't know who may have traveled the furthest. Does anyone have traveled far away? Raise your hand. Portland? Anyone for Portland? Oh, is everyone local? San Diego? No? Okay, cool. Anyone out of state? Oh, great. Thanks for coming. So we appreciate it. We'll go ahead and kick things off, and then we'll kind of resume after everything, and we'll talk more. Well, I'll pass it to Kaylee. And
This is Dawn. I just want to say one thing. We are not going to take a break, an official break. We're just going to power through to the end. So if you need to get up and stretch your legs, please do so. And there are snacks in the back, but I know you're all full from lunch.
Okay, welcome back. Hope you're nice and full. Don't fall asleep on me. All right, so I'm just going to go through some quick timelines and requirements for the cluster study. All right, so for cluster 16, the cluster study should be will be completed by June 12th. At that time, you'll receive your reports in GRIP with all your notifications. I will just highlight that is a long time of, it's about 6 months of inactivity. So double check your contacts in GRIP. If whoever submitted your application leaves your company, you are not going to be notified that you have a report available. That would be a bummer. All right, so just, and maybe you wait till that May timeframe to go in and just make sure everything's updated, but keep those contacts current. Following the cluster study report, you all are required to post that total of 5% of those network upgrades, and that goes to the PTO. You also have to check a box that says your site control is still valid. If you need to make changes, you have that ability as well. And then additionally, you need to demonstrate if you are sharing a Gentai that you have secured those rights from the other party. And that has to be through COD. So for intake, it's just an agreement. After the cluster study, it has to be in writing and official. All of that's due by the end of July. And then we'll go into the annual reassessment and restudy. This will be from July to December. Oops, I do want to go back to one thing. Oh, no, never mind. We'll have group meetings after each study. The group meetings for the cluster study and restudy do not require updated NDAs. It's only that scoping meeting that you have to have that NDA for. So takes a little bit of the hassle out of that. But following the reassessment and restudy, we'll send a notification that says we're not doing any additional restudies. And at that time, all the deadlines start for those additional deliverables. So you have the facility study agreement, which is sent separately via DocuSign. You've got the Appendix B. Even if you're not deciding to make any changes, you still have to complete the form. We've got a 10% CRD that goes to the PTO. And at this time, additionally, you need to provide 100% site control. If you have a regulatory limitation, that continues to be acceptable at this point. But once you get to the GIA, you have to have your cost recovery agreement or you have to withdraw your project. Okay. We talked about Appendix Bs. I think you all did an amazing job this year. Thank you for making it easy. Per the FERC order, there are very few changes that are allowed in the Appendix B. And not many of those can be studied in the facility study. So most things will be studied.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Kaylee.
Go ahead.
Just so you're aware, you're not moving slides. You do have to take control for the audience to see what you're
Yeah.
seeing.
I'm like, I can see it up there, but
Yeah.
okay, thanks. Just a second.
Mine has moved, but.
Hey, Stacy, can you confirm that you can see the slides moving?
No, I still have control.
Oh, we'll take control.
All right, thank you so much for
Yes,
that.
we're good now. My pleasure.
Okay, I'll go back a couple slides just so you guys can see what we were saying. But cluster study, here are the dates, you know the requirements. Reassessment restudy, here are the dates, you know the requirements. They're not changing from what happened for cluster 15. So if you have any questions about those, feel free to send an email to irinfo@kaiso.com. We have one question in the room.
Thank you. Dexter, PG&E. Any of the 5 or 10% that's going to the reliability network upgrade, does any of that goes to IF?
No, interconnection facilities costs don't come into play until the next tariff, like after the GIA. Mhm.
Just network upgrade?
Yes,
It
just
doesn't apply
network
to after the GIA gets executed?
Yes. Okay. All right, so Appendix B modifications, like I said, there are not very many changes that would be studied in the facility study, and anything that would be studied in the reassessment, you may not have the benefit of any cost reduction if those costs would move to a different project. So take that as you will. And maybe you submit your project the best as you can, and when you get to this part of the process, if it's not looking great, try to come back a different time. All right. Interconnection facility study. We are almost here, you guys. We actually are here. We're in this study right now. Does it feel great? All right. Okay, so we are currently in the interconnection facility study phase for cluster 15. Following the reports, so you'll get a draft report via GRIP, and following that draft report, you'll have 30 days to submit comments. These comments will go to the PTO, and they should be things like, I see an error in my report and here's what it is. You can ask or comment additional things, but the only thing that is going to change your report is an error. So following the comment period, you will get an updated and a final facility study report. And then you get to have your own meeting. Yay! Okay. Every customer will get one meeting for their project, and that will be just you, whoever you decide, 5 friends, 6 friends, the PTO engineering team, the interconnection team, and we will have the contracts negotiators in there as well, because they'll be taking over after this process. There will be no changes to your report after this meeting. It's just your time to get any additional questions answered or any feedback, any complaints you want to make to the PTO. That's when you can do it. All right. And so for cluster 16, that will happen between February and September of 2028. Anybody else feeling a little bit like, what? What year is it? Okay, that's all I have for that. Any questions on the study process or requirements? I see one in the room. You can come to the microphone or someone can bring you one.
Yeah, Mohammed Asir from Z Global. I just wanted to ask, so for Appendix B site change and POI not changing, is that after the facility study under MMA?
Yes. Yeah. So if you need to make a site change or a location change for your project, not a POI change, but you're moving your project from point A to point B, that has to be accomplished in an MMA following the facility study.
Got it. Thank you.
My pleasure. Any additional questions, comments? All right, raise one hand. Simon says raise the other hand. Do a little dance. All right, we'll keep going. Next part of the process is transmission plan deliverability. All right. Eligible projects may seek an allocation of TPD by submitting an application with substantiating documentation for either allocation group. There are two allocation groups, the PPA group, which gets the first priority, and they have to meet existing PPA requirements, and the conditional group. Only projects submitting a seeking request will be studied for TPD allocation. The 2027 process will be similar to the 2025 process, taking into account the different allocation groups. Energy-only capacity, this includes those WDAP process projects, will be considered for deliverability within each allocation group, but they do have to pay that $5,000 fee to be studied for this. Okay. After the allocation results are provided, ICs must determine whether to accept the allocation, decline, or withdraw. You have 7 calendar days to do this, so please pay attention. All right, an additional deposit will be required from interconnection customers with PPAs that are not with an LSE meeting its own CAISO RA obligation, either directly or indirectly if the agreement has had at least a 1-year term, or due to the CAISO 30 days after receipt of the TPD allocation. Oh, sorry, and it's due to the CAISO 30 days. All right, that deposit is $10,000 per megawatt and is no less than $500,000. Just run to the bank real quick, grab some cash out, drop it off right here. Yes, please. All right, any questions on TPD? All right, hearing none. Did you see someone? No. All right, hearing none, seeing none. I'll pass it. I do see one question in the chat says, will the TPD process eventually be in GRIP 2? The answer is eventually.
Yeah, the next 2027 process will not be in GRIP, but hopefully the one after that will, but no promises.
Okay. I'm going to go over everybody's favorite subject, withdrawals. So the IC may withdraw your interconnection request at any time. The ISO can also withdraw an interconnection at any time if you do not adhere to the tariff requirements. And my slide's not progressing now. Here we go. Okay, during the application window, the $5,000 fee application fee is non-refundable. During the cluster study or after the cluster study report meeting prior to the reassessment, and if we don't happen to have a reassessment, the facility study, the penalty is the greater of the study deposit or 2 times the actual allocated study cost. That is your actual penalty. And I have some examples later. During the reassessment or after the reassessment report meeting, but prior to the facility study, the penalty is the greater of the study deposit or the 5% CRD that has been posted for your network upgrades. And then during or after the facilities report, but prior to an execution or a filed unexecuted GIA, the penalty at that point would be the greater of the study deposit or 10% of the network upgrades. If you have executed a GIA or one has been filed unexecuted, the penalty is the greater of, again, the study deposit or the 20% network upgrades. Oh, I'm not close enough. Sorry. To withdraw a project, you go to the Actions tab in GRIP, and that's how you'll do it. If we withdraw you, that's how we will do it. If you withdraw an interconnection request or one is deemed withdrawn prior to the initial cluster study, there is no penalty. You will just pay the costs incurred and your remainder of the study deposit will be refunded. Otherwise, the withdrawal penalty is the greater of the study deposit or 2 times the actual allocated study costs. And here is an example. So in example 1, it's a 200 megawatt project, and these are actual costs that happened on projects. So 200 megawatt project with a $250,000 deposit. The study costs were $60,522.58. 2 times that amount would have been $121,45.16. The greater of is the $250 study deposit. So that's what your penalty will be. And then you will be billed for the $60,522.58, which are the study costs. In example 2, it's for a 22 megawatt project that had $50,000 deposit, and the cost of the study was $35,669.67, and 2 times that would have been $71,339.34. So that $71,339.34 was greater than the study deposit. So we put the $71,339.34 with the cost of $35,669.67 and deduct the $57,000 study deposit. So therefore, the customer was invoiced $50,009.01. Go to the next one. We'll take questions at the end. So for the auction deposit forfeiture, prior to the commencement of the cluster restudy or interconnection facility study, if there is no restudy, would be 15%. Commencement of the cluster restudy, the end of the cluster study, or prior to the commencement of the facility study, the penalty would be 30%. Commencement of the interconnection facility study and prior to the execution of the filing or an unexecuted filing of the GIA would be 50%. If you've executed the GIA or filed an unexecuted GIA, then it would be 100%. And if you are a merchant, if you did have a merchant zone deposit, which we did have a few come in, prior to the close of if you withdrew prior to the close of the engagement window, you would have no penalty. You'd get everything back on your deposit. After the engagement window closes, if you have not withdrawn by then you would lose 50%. Questions? No? Go ahead.
This is James at NextEra Energy. Is there when projects withdraw during the cluster study, is there a time frame when we will get those penalty invoices to pay?
Yeah, when you withdraw, like if it's after the cluster study, once we get the PTO invoices and then our costs put together, then Shannon will send you an invoice for those costs.
Okay. Is there like a tariff, like 180 calendar days, something like that, or is it just?
No.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
It's kind of hard to have that in the tariff because, you know, when the PTO sends us invoices, they're not, you know, at a succinct time. Depending on the size of the cluster, they can vary, you know, 15 days or so. With the big volume.
Also, Julie, did you mention about the release of their commercial readiness once we get that?
Right. Once the invoice has been paid that Shannon sent you, then your CRD will be released with the PTO in full. We just have that in case someone doesn't pay their bill. Any other questions? No? Okay. You.
Okay, we do have a couple of questions in the chat. Someone is asking if so energy only capacity can participate in the annual deliverability assessment. I believe that is also the TPD allocation study. So energy only capacity that is currently already commercial. So that means COD or commercial operation for markets can participate in the TPD allocation study, also called the annual deliverability assessment. Oh, that's not right. Oh, not comp. Okay. So that means the whole project? Oh, okay. I stand corrected. So your whole project has to be commercial in order to seek TPD for any portion of it if it's energy only capacity. And then there's another question. If a portion of a project does not get TPD after 3 allocation cycles, is that portion converted to energy only or will it be withdrawn? And I think the answer to that is withdrawn. So we will downsize your project for you. And someone's asking, when will the 2027 TPD allocation report be published? When it's finished, don't know right now, but when we do have that date, we will let you know.
Brian with Z Global again. Just to clarify that, so if we have a WDAP project and it's gone through the WDAP process, it's got its energy only IA, but it's also requesting deliverability, it hasn't been built yet, it won't be allowed into the TPD or it will?
So for energy only projects, the only way they can seek an allocation, they must be in commercial operation.
So for a WDAP project entering.
Any project.
Okay, so entering PG&E's cluster 16 this September, they actually have to be completely COD and operating before they are allowed to be evaluated for TPD.
If they're energy only. If they came into PG&E, if they, pardon me, say that
Every
again?
WDAP project is fundamentally by definition an energy only interconnection agreement.
Okay.
That's, I mean, you're talking WDAP projects have the capability to seek full capacity delivery status through the ISO deliverability process. We study them for deliverability. We don't consider that an energy only project.
So they would have to submit to the ISO to be studied for deliverability.
Understood, but I thought I heard you say they have to be in operation.
That's for strictly energy only projects. Any project that's going through the deliverability study is not considered by, at least by the ISO, it's not an energy only project.
I see. Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we would consider it full capacity deliverability status requested or partial capacity deliverability status requested from our perspective, even though in the WDAC queue, they would show up as energy only. but they definitely have to submit with us.
Yes, my name's Charlie Kuffner with Rugra, kind of following on with this deliverability thing. So the WDAT is not considered energy only by the CAISO, so it can submit for the full capacity delivery status. But if it's an earlier queued CAISO project that's energy only that has not yet been submitted for full capacity delivery, does that project have to be completed?
Well, when you say earlier queued, so whatever in the ISO queue is either designated as still capable of being FCDS or partial capacity, or it's energy only. If it's energy only in our queue, it has to be in commercial operation to seek an allocation.
Right, so we have an existing SGIP, so that's long ago in the queue, but yes, from a.
Yeah, so that's an
cluster
energy only project, and the only way you can get deliverability is to be in operation and then apply.
Right, that's different than the WDAT, as we just explained. Okay, thank you.
There's another question in the chat for Julie. If a project is withdrawn due to not getting TPD after 3 cycles, are there the same dollar penalties as if the IC withdrew itself?
You mean after you've executed a GIA, then yes, it would be the same penalties, regardless of the reason.
Yeah, so whether you withdraw yourself or the ISO withdraws you, same penalties.
And if you're going through the TPD process, you've pretty much gone through the whole study process at that point.
Okay, all right. So guess what? We are through the interconnection study process. Woohoo! So look at these pages. There are 3 pages of links of resources for you to use. So we have linked to the generator interconnection webpage, the ISO generator interconnection queue. Someone had asked if it is updated. The answer to that is yes. It matches exactly what we have in GRIP. Kaylee already went over for cluster 14 and prior. We have the financial security instruments and per unit cost guide link to our website. We will have this presentation. Actually, this presentation is already posted to our website. Thank you, Brenda. And then we have the tariff sections. We have restricted substations. Here is the link we talked about earlier for the business practice manual for RIS. Look for it under the GitApp BPM. And the RIS process timeline, there were little snippets of it on several web pages or slides, and then Vera showed you a large portion of it, but that's it. It has a lot of information in there. You can use that as your project plan as you go through the interconnection study process. And then we have several links for information on GRIP. Please make use of all of this information that we have on our website. Okay. Any questions before the Interconnection Resources team wraps up? And I turn you over to regulatory contracts to talk to you about contracting and what happens after the study process. Okay, great. Vanessa.
Okay, I'll stand here so I can see people. Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Janessa Zucchetto, and I'm a senior contracts negotiator. Joining me today are Eric East, who's on the phone, and Brittany Shaw. Eric's our lead contracts negotiator, and Brittany is a contracts analyst. Our team becomes involved once a project, gotta go forward. There we go. Our team becomes involved once a project moves beyond the study phase and enters contract development. Over the next few slides, Eric and I will walk through the generator interconnection agreement process under the RIS, including key execution timelines and some important provisions that customers should be aware of after receiving their study results. Then we'll pass the mic to Brittany, and she'll discuss agreement execution, or agreement execution changes and retirements. So before we go into too many details, I'll explain where our team fits in the overall interconnection process. Throughout the morning, you've heard all about the cluster study process and how projects move through the various study stages. Once those studies are complete, responsibility transitions from the study teams to the contract negotiation team. Our role is to work with the interconnection customers, PTOs, and the CAISO to develop and execute the Generator Interconnection Agreement, or GIA. We help translate the technical study results into a binding agreement that establishes each party's responsibilities, construction obligations, and project milestones. Today, we're going to focus primarily on the agreement execution process and several changes introduced under FERC Order 2023. While Order 2023 introduced significant process reforms, the GIA itself remains largely familiar. It continues to be a three-party agreement among the interconnection customer, PTO, and the CAISO using FERC-approved pro forma language. Beginning with Cluster 15, projects interconnecting to the CAISO-controlled grid will execute their GIAs under Appendix KK, which is the RIS, or Resource Interconnection Standards. I'm sure you've heard that defined a few times today. The agreement is built on standardized FERC-approved pro forma language found in Appendix LL for LGIAs and Appendix MM for SGIAs. The project-specific details are captured in the appendices, which identify items such as facilities, network upgrades, milestone requirements, technical information, and other obligations that are unique to the project. So while the body of the agreement is generally the same from project to project, the appendices are where you'll find the information that reflects your project's specific study results and interconnection requirements. So with that foundation in mind, let's look at the execution timelines established under Appendix KK. This slide shows the tariff provisions that establish the GIA negotiation and execution timeline. Once the facility study process concludes and the IC either provides comments or indicates that no comments will be submitted, the PTO has 30 calendar days to prepare and tender the draft GIA. The parties then enter a negotiation period of up to 60 calendar days. I want to emphasize an important point here. These negotiations are generally focused on project-specific appendices and exhibits. The pro forma language itself has already been approved by FERC and is not intended to be renegotiated on a project-by-project basis. Appendix KK includes very firm deadlines. The interconnection customer must execute the agreement, request an unexecuted filing, or initiate dispute resolution within the required time frame, or the interconnection request may be deemed withdrawn. But there is one notable exception involving affected system studies, which we'll look at a little bit later on the next slide, which this provides additional flexibility when important study results are still pending. So under Appendix KK, every project begins the execution process the same way. The PTO tenders the draft GIA within 30 calendar days after the facility study comment period concludes. And then from there, the process can follow one of these three paths. The first path is the standard execution process, which we will expect to apply to most projects. The parties negotiate any outstanding project-specific issues, complete the final concurrence, and execute the agreement within the required timeframe. The second path is the unexecuted filing option. If negotiations do not resolve all remaining issues, the IC may request that the unexecuted GIA be filed at FERC. This allows the project to continue moving forward while unresolved matters are addressed through the FERC process. The third path applies when an affected system study has not yet been completed. In that situation, Appendix KK permits additional time before the customer must execute the agreement, ensuring that they can review potentially significant cost and system impact information before making a binding commitment. Although these paths differ procedurally, they can all serve the same purpose, which is to keep projects moving toward either an executed GIA or a FERC filing that preserves the project's ability to proceed through the interconnection process. And then one last provision I want to highlight is, and one we expect or we anticipate questions around, is the suspension right found in Article 5.16 of the GIA. This provision allows an interconnection customer to temporarily suspend certain construction activities while preserving its interconnection agreement rights. The suspension applies to project-specific interconnection facilities, network upgrades, and distribution upgrades. Shared network upgrades are not eligible for suspension, meaning customers remain responsible for funding those upgrades even while their project is suspended. To initiate suspension, the customer submits a request to CAISO queue management, identifying the proposed suspension period, and it's worth noting that any later changes to that time period may require an additional assessment. It's also important to remember that suspension does not eliminate cost responsibility. The customer remains responsible for costs identified in the GIA, including costs associated with stopping and restarting work. Finally, suspension does not pause the project's overall obligations indefinitely. The project must maintain an achievable COD. Milestone evaluations will continue, and any necessary COD date extension may require a material modification or MMA. To resume the project and meet applicable requirements within allowable timeframe, failure to resume the project within an applicable timeframe ultimately will result in a termination of the GIA. So with that, I will turn the microphone over to Eric, who's on the computer, and then we have time for questions at the end.
Oh, 1 second here. I had everything ready to
the
go.
slides, Eric?
Yep, I can see the slides. I had everything ready to go. And then I was trying to get my very nice CAISO background up, and it's not working for me at the moment. All right, I'll run through this. So like Janessa mentioned, my name is Eric East. I'm also a contract negotiator in the regulatory contracts group. And the next topic we'd like to discuss is one that has generated quite a bit of discussion since Order 2023 was adopted, and that's the administration of the commercial readiness deposits and the generator GIA deposits after execution of the GIA. Order 2023 significantly restructured the financial security requirements for interconnection customers. While the tariff establishes the overall framework, there are several implementation details that aren't expressly addressed in the pro forma language. And as we've begun implementing these provisions for Cluster 15, we've identified a number of areas where additional guidance is needed to ensure the requirements are administered consistently across the PTOs. The first area is post-GIA execution security. So once the GIA has been executed, the tariff provides direction for the initial application of the GIA deposit towards construction security, but it does not fully address how the remaining CRD and remaining outstanding security should continue to be administered through the life of the project. We're looking through those mechanics to ensure both customers and PTOs have a clear and consistent understanding of how those financial securities will be managed after execution. The second area involves withdrawal security. Order 2023 establishes withdrawal penalties intended to discourage speculative queue positions. What we're evaluating is how those withdrawal obligations continue to be secured after the GIA has been executed, specifically how the remaining CRD interacts with withdrawal obligations if a project exists or exits the queue after execution but before commercial operation. The third area of focus is on construction security. So as projects move into construction, additional network upgrade security will need to be posted. One of our goals is to outline an approach that adequately secures the PTO while avoiding situations where customers are effectively posting duplicate financial security for the same underlying network upgrade costs. In other words, we're looking for an implementation that maintains the required financial protection without unnecessarily over-securitizing a project. Finally, we're also evaluating how these concepts apply to shared generator-related network upgrades. As more projects share network upgrades, determining how financial security should be allocated, maintained, and administered among multiple interconnection customers becomes increasingly complex. We want to ensure that shared upgrade obligations are handled consistently. I do want to emphasize that these aren't changes to the tariff itself. Rather, these are implementation questions that arise from applying the tariff in practice. To address them, the CAISO has been working with PTOs to develop a consistent implementation approach that remains fully aligned with both the CAISO tariff and the applicable BPMs. As these discussions conclude and implementation guidance is finalized, we'll communicate the guidance through our normal stakeholder channels so that customers, PTOs, and the CAISO are all operating under a common understanding going forward. So if you could go to the next slide, Janessa, thank you. The next topic we'd like to just touch on is the Grid Unity GIA automation. As many of you know, under Order 2023, it has significantly shortened the timelines for drafting, negotiating, and executing a GIA. At the same time, we're seeing larger cluster sizes than we've historically processed. Simply put, continuing to draft every agreement manually is challenging based on the compressed timelines. To meet these compressed timelines, the ISO has been working closely with Grid Unity to automate the creation of the project-specific appendices to the GIA. The pro forma language itself will remain unchanged. The real value of automation is in the appendices, where every project has unique facility information, network upgrades, milestone dates, technical data, financial obligations, and project-specific exhibits that historically required significant manual effort to prepare. By pulling much of the information directly from the interconnection study process, reports, and interconnection requests, Grid Unity can automatically generate much of these appendices, reducing manual drafting time, improving consistency across agreements, and minimizing administrative errors. That doesn't eliminate the need for review by all parties. Every agreement still undergoes a comprehensive review by the contract negotiator, the PTO owners, and the ICs. Project-specific negotiations remain just as important as they've always been. Ultimately, automation allows us to spend less time assembling agreements and more time focusing on the substantive issues that matter to each individual project. That's especially important as we work to meet the significantly shorter execution timelines established under FERC Order 2023. And right now we are in the process of doing testing on the GIA automation, so more information to come, but so far the tests have been very encouraging. So with that, I will turn the microphone over to Brittany Shaw, who is a contracts analyst on our RC team.
Hello, everybody. Reintroduce myself. I am Brittany Shaw. I do work on the regulatory contracts team, and I handle the execution process after negotiations, along with the rest of my team, as well as contract management. And that is what we will be discussing over the next few slides. So each item I'm going to discuss is detailed in Section 3 of the Generator Management Business Practice Manual. When contract negotiation is complete, the regulatory contracts team will prepare an executable generator interconnection contract agreement within 3 business days of the CAISO negotiator's request. We will then send out the agreement via DocuSign, which is an electronic signature vendor software for those of you that are unfamiliar. And parties to the agreement do not require a DocuSign account to use it. Once the agreement is fully executed, each party will receive an executed copy directly from DocuSign for their records. The ISO will report the execution of the agreement to FERC. As part of the NRI process, agreement information request sheets must be completed and submitted to regulatory contracts to support the preparation of all applicable market agreements. These forms provide the critical information needed to draft the agreements, included primary contacts, authorized signatories, meter details, and resource specific data. The generator interconnection agreement is a prerequisite for participation in the NRI process. As a result, market agreements are prepared and executed only after a GIA is fully executed and in effect. The market agreements contain pro forma language approved by FERC on July 1st of 2014. These agreements are incorporated into the CAISO tariff and can be found in Appendix B. So in summary, the timely completion of the agreement information request forms is essential to ensure regulatory contracts has the information required to prepare the necessary market agreements and support a smooth progression through the NRI process. So for those of you guys in the consulting firms, especially when it comes time to prepare those and get those over to us, again, just making sure that those are double checked through and filled out completely and accurately will help us help you. All right, so any contract changes, especially post-execution, maintaining accurate contact information is essential for effective agreement administration and regulatory compliance. Agreement holders are responsible for notifying CAISO of any contact information updates or ownership changes as soon as possible by contacting regulatory contracts. Upon notification, regulatory contracts will provide the applicable instructions and documentation requirements. Please note that these requirements may vary depending on the type of change being requested. Adhering to the established revision requirements and approval procedures helps ensure efficient processing, minimizes delays, and supports the accuracy of our agreement records. And as a general guideline, the regulatory contracts maintains a processing window of up to 10 business days for any agreement revision or changes in customer ownership. And again, timely submission of complete and accurate documentation will help facilitate this process and typically shorten it. And one new piece of information we do have coming is updates to the generator interconnection agreement and market agreement contacts. There's updates to these requirements that are going to be incorporated into the next revision of our generator management BPM in section 3. The policy is going to apply to all GIAs, including co-tenancies, as well as the market agreements, so the MSA, CA, ISOMEs, and the PGAs. And this update basically is going to provide clarifying language which defines the contact roles and provides you guys with real world examples that are going to be acceptable. We do, again, find that a lot of the times we're getting these contacts that are provided on the agreements that are executed, and the contacts that are provided are for project management contacts that have nothing to do with a resource. Post-execution, they're only there to get the project through the resource, getting them onboarded, and once they're in the market, they have nothing to do with it. So again, the updates that we provide now in the BPM are just there to help you guys to make sure that the context that we provide into the agreements now are going to be efficient, so that we are now going to have somebody to communicate with throughout the lifetime of the agreement to keep you guys updated, to keep us updated, so we can help you, help us, help you. Over the next few slides, I'm going to be discussing the 4 resource retirement scenarios and the process for requesting retirement status. This information is also located in section 12 of the generator management BPM. So participating generators that wish to retire or mothball the generating units, either on a permanent or long-term basis, must communicate their intent to the CAISO and participating transmission owner under one of these scenarios. So scenario 1 is available for a resource that is approved for repowering or entered the queue to be studied for repowering. Scenario 2 is available for a resource that has not completed the assessment for repowering or has entered the queue after being deemed ineligible for the affidavit repowering process. So they're undecided. Scenario 3 is available for a resource that needs to permanently retire. They're not going to be repowering. They will not retain any deliverability. Scenario 4 is available for a resource that needs to mothball until next steps can be determined, such as restarting, decommissioning, permanent retirement, repower, entering the queue, etc., so forth. Also generally used for resources that are going to be on outage for 12 months or longer. All retirement requests must be submitted to regulatory contracts at least 90 days prior to the desired effective date. This allows a proper amount of time for the ISO to conduct a deliverability study assessment to determine any further actions. The results of the assessment, as well as the life of the retirement, are tracked internally by regulatory contracts and are passed on to the requesting participating generator as well as affected business units within the ISO. And up here we have an example of our retirement affidavit. The California ISO does require a notice of generating unit retirement or mothball affidavit, which is available on the CAISO website. The affidavit will need to be notarized and submitted to regulatory contracts for review. So here's a list of resources to website links available for you to go back and review once this presentation has been posted online. Again, so you can find on here the affidavit that was just on the previous slide, as well as any of our other announced retirements list on there. The BPM also on here, et cetera, and so forth. And any questions?
We do have a raised hand in the virtual and also in person. So let's go take your question and then we'll go in the virtual.
Me first?
Yes, go ahead.
This one goes back to Eric. On the changes to the GIA that are being worked through right now, are those going to be applicable to cluster 15 or just cluster 16, or do we know?
So everything I went through is going to be applicable for the cluster 15 GIAs that will be coming out in like Q4 of this year.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. On GIA negotiations, they're typically 3-party GIAs with the ISO, the TO, and the project.
That's correct.
Who from the developer side, who should we expect is taking the lead on that negotiation and pushing the documents through? Is it ISO or is it the TO?
The PTO will tender the agreement generally to the ISO for concurrence and then to the interconnection customer, but it doesn't have to be in that order.
Okay, and they're bound by the same timelines that we kind of went through there?
Yes.
Okay, Thank you.
So I do have a question in the queue. It might be for Eric for slide number 108. Eric, I think I sent it to you. When will the CRD GIA sections under evaluation be finalized?
I think it was actually, yeah, it was 108, or 10, yeah, 108. We have another meeting with the PTOs next week. We're pretty close. We might need a little bit more time, but I think it was in 1 or 2 ICUG calls before stakeholders were asking when they will get to see it, and we indicated it'd be towards the end of summer when we would have it out. So probably end of August, probably middle of September timeframe, as it lines up with the next ICUG, kind of in that window.
I think we're good. Oh, yes, go ahead.
Yep. Hello? Okay. Yeah. Dexter PG&E. Question in regards to tendering. I know that per the tariff, the PTO typically tenders GIAs. Based on this grid unity, will that tender it since it will be automated?
I'll let Eric pick up. Yeah, go ahead, Eric.
So Dexter, the grid unity automation will be to make the initial Word document. That would then be in your hands as the PTO. And then from there, you can add or make whatever adjustments you need to make during that tendering window. And then you would tender that file to the interconnection customer. So it is not tendering the agreement out of grid unity to the customer initially. It's tendering it to you as the PTO. So then the PTO and the CAISO can make sure we are in alignment with the language in it before it gets tendered to the IC.
Understood. Thank you. Here, can I look at the slide with the timelines? Yeah. Yeah, that one. So in regards to the 60 days to execute the GIA, I also do see that it's there's a 10 days for DocuSign and executing the GIA. So my question is it 10 days on top of the 60 days, or is it 60 plus 70?
It's 60 days.
Excuse me, 60 plus 10.
Yeah, 60 days for negotiation, then 10 days for execution. Right, Eric?
There's actually an error on that piece, and that's my fault. The 10 days is in that 60-day window. We'll need about 10 days to get the DocuSign put together. Per section 13.2 of Appendix KK, the agreement has to be signed at the end of that 60-day negotiation period.
So, and thank you for that. So follow up on that. So the negotiations will be in fact 50 days, and then you would add the 10, correct?
That's what we're shooting for, yes, because we'll need time to put it in the DocuSign.
Understood. And then I have one more question about the suspension. Suspension, I don't know what screen that was on. Suspension. Okay, suspension. Customer obligation suspension. So during suspension, the PTO in some instances incur cost before and during suspension. Does that mean that the PTO would cease once they're notified of the suspension? That's one question. Or do they continue since they will continue to incur costs? Because if they can't incur costs if they're told to stop. Since
Customer is responsible for the costs that the PTO incurs under the GIA around the suspension. I'm not sure if Eric already wants to take
because there's going to be an official suspension date where the customer submits a request to CAISO saying, hey, we want to suspend as of this date. So my question is, does the PTO stop all work as of that date? And then if that is the case, how does cost gets incurred during that time period? That's my question.
So yeah, Dexter, the work would be suspended as of that date of the request, but costs incurred up to that point would still be the responsibility of the customer to settle
with you as the PTO.
Up to that date?
Yes.
Okay, cool, gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any more questions before we bring up queue management? Okay, great.
Hello, everybody. Let me adjust this. My name is Ryan Cox. I'm Senior Queue Management Specialist. Thank you all for taking the time to come in. We work with primarily Appendix DD and Appendix KK out of the tariff, and we're just going to go through at a high level and kind of go over things we cover with an emphasis on things that have recently changed or are going to change. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to Lachey Moses to cover the first part. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I will provide an overview of queue management and our key processes today. We will start with queue management responsibilities and then discuss modifications, limited operation studies, repowering, transmission plan deliverability, retention, commercial viability, affected system coordination, and initial synchronization and commercial operation. By the end of this presentation, you should have a clear understanding of how queue management supports projects throughout the interconnection lifecycle. Queue management is responsible for maintaining an accurate queue of viable projects. We help ensure that projects comply with tariff requirements, BPM guidance, and generator interconnection agreement obligations as they move through development. Our goal is to support projects in reaching commercial operation while remaining within the requirements of the tariff. Before a project can achieve initial synchronization or commercial operation date, queue management verifies that all applicable GIA obligations have been satisfied. We are part of the Infrastructure Contract and Management Organization and work closely with regulatory contracts and contract negotiators. Once a generator interconnection agreement has been executed, queue management becomes a primary point of contact for project management activities related to interconnection compliance and milestones. We also manage project modifications after the facility study stage and coordinate closely with the new resource implementation team to support successful project integration. The modification process varies depending on where a project is in interconnection timeline. Before the facility studies results are published, certain changes between cluster study and facility studies may be allowed without a material modification assessment. During this period, modification requests are generally processed by the interconnections team. After facility studies are published, any project change requires a formal modification request submitted to the queue management inbox, from where we evaluate the request and determine the appropriate review path. There are several types of modification requests that a project may use. Material modification assessments are used for pre-commercial operation changes. Post-COD modifications apply to facilities that have already achieved commercial operation. Permissible technological advancements are intended for smaller changes that can often be reviewed more quickly. Construction sequencing is used when construction activities take longer than expected. This provides projects the ability to extend their COD by up to 6 cumulative months. For most requests, the best place to start is the modification request form located on the CAISA website in the queue management section, which should be submitted along with any supporting documents to the queue management inbox. The tariff timeline for modification report development is 60 days. Requests involving technical data require time for validation and engineering review, after which the 60 days starts. If a facility's reassessment is needed, this will extend the tariff timeline from 60 days to 120 days. The current deposit amount is $30,000, which should be submitted to the correct LGIP bank account. And as Shannon mentioned earlier, we've been having some issues getting that to the wrong account, and those deposits will be returned. The actual costs incurred are charged against the deposit, and any remaining balance will be refunded. And back to Ryan.
Thank you very much, Lachey. Coming up next, we have a couple topics that have had recent or upcoming changes, so be sure to pay attention. So first up on TP Deliverability Retention. Each year, the queue management team coordinates with Interconnection Resources to manage the TPD retention process. Specifically, that'll apply to projects that receive their allocation in Group B or D. For B, historically, those projects have had to provide a PPA the following year. And for Group D, historically, those projects have had to provide shortlisting the next year and then a PPA the year after that. We'll go over why I'm saying historically in a moment. But once a project has provided a executed PPA, it no longer needs to demonstrate anything further after that as far as TPD retention is concerned. Please keep in mind there are other processes where you might still be required to provide a PPA, so don't just take that as a you're good forever for all things. So as I mentioned, we have some retention changes. So 2027 will be the last year that TPD retention is processed under the current methodology with groups A through D. And even if you received an allocation in Group D at the last cycle in 2025, you are still required to provide a PPA in 2027. You will not have that opportunity to provide shortlisting. And after 2027, the only retention will be for projects that are in the conditional allocation group where failure to provide a PPA after those opportunities have been used will result in withdrawal. So again, everybody in any group B through D who has a retention obligation has to provide a PPA in this upcoming 2027 cycle. Just wanted to make that clear. As I mentioned before, there are other circumstances in where a project might have to provide a PPA. Number one example most of you are probably familiar with is commercial viability criteria, or CVC. If you submit a modification that pushes your project's milestones beyond 7 years, or if you submit a modification while your project is already beyond 7 years, you will have to meet the CVC requirements. These requirements include providing a GIA, having a GIA in good standing, providing site exclusivity documentation, as well as documentation that you have applied for all governmental permits, and of course, an executed PPA. Once you have demonstrated that you meet the CVC requirements, you have to demonstrate annually that you continue to meet the CVC requirements. In many cases, that will be providing the same documents each year, but it can change if the circumstances of the project change. This demonstration is usually due at the same time as TP deliverability retention, but obviously in 2026 there was no retention, so we had a separate date. That's already done, so shouldn't be any issues there. Commercial viability criteria has also had some very recent changes. Just last week, FERC provided its approval on the IPE 5.0 changes, which included changes to our CVC process. These changes apply to any modifications submitted August 5th or later. And so now, before, the consequence of failing to meet CVC was that your project was converted to energy only. This, by extension, meant that energy only projects did not have to meet CVC. But going forward, all projects will be expected to meet CVC requirements if they are extending their milestones beyond that 7 years. And failure to meet CVC will result in the project being withdrawn. There will be no more conversions to energy only. For deliverability transfers, customers may request to transfer deliverability to energy storage additions or other generating units located at the same point of interconnection. The deliverability transfer cannot result in a deliverability amount that exceeds the maximum output at POI. So you can't give a 100 megawatt battery, 120 megawatts of deliverability, pretty straightforward. The project which is receiving deliverability from a transfer must meet the retention and CVC requirements of the transferring project. So regardless of what the receiving project's milestones are, if the transferring project was required to meet CVC or had retention requirements, the receiving project has to meet those requirements before it can receive the deliverability. After the transfer has taken place, or at the same time that the transfer is approved, the transferring project must withdraw or downsize the project to whatever amount remains after the deliverability transfer, unless it can provide an energy-only PPA for the amount transferred. If you request a deliverability transfer, as with most other things, you'll send a request form to qmanagement@kaiso.com, either as its own request, or we often see them kind of in conjunction with an MMA. Queue management team also handles limited operation studies. These studies are used to determine the extent to which a project can come online and achieve initial synchronization and commercial operation for markets prior to the completion of its network upgrades. Now, it can achieve commercial operation for markets or COM. It cannot achieve its COD date until all of those upgrades are completed. The limited operation studies are a $10,000 deposit and may not be submitted sooner than 9 months prior than the requested initial synchronization date. And as with all other things, you're going to submit your request to qmanagement@kaiso.com. Repowering requests. If your project is retiring or is retired and wants to repower, it will need to submit a repowering request. These are for existing generating facilities, including QFs, which wish to make unsubstantial changes. Facilities who are proposing more substantial changes have to go through the Q cluster study process, and we determine substantiality by the impact of changed electrical characteristics as outlined in the generator management BPM. You do have to utilize the same fuel source at the point of interconnection, but we do count battery storage as the same fuel source. But it can require a facility studies with the PTO. And as I have said a few times now, you're going to submit this time, repowering affidavit and technical data to qmanagement@kaiso.com, along with a $50,000 study deposit. Queue management also tracks affected systems. An affected system is any system which could be impacted by an interconnection at the KAISO. We will determine your potentially affected systems based on your POI, and those potentially affected systems will be invited to any study meetings or other information about your project, and then they will have the opportunity to identify, as we describe over here. So again, we invite potentially affected systems to all meetings. And then after the commercial readiness deposits are all received, the potentially affected systems have 60 calendar days to identify as an identified affected system. Once they have chosen to identify, it is the customer's responsibility to work with that affected system to get any impacts to their system mitigated. And you will need to provide documentation that their impacts have been mitigated and that they have essentially signed off on the interconnection to qmanagement@kaiso.com. And that all needs to be done at least 6 months prior to the project's initial synchronization date. On the topic of initial synchronization, queue management is one of a few teams that has to sign off before any project can synchronize to the grid. As part of our process, we ask all projects to complete both tabs of the queue management status report available on kaiso.com and submit it to qmanagement@kaiso.com at least 3 months prior to sync. And we use that spreadsheet along with other data at our disposal to verify that the upgrades have been built, the inverters match what was studied, all affected systems obligations have been met, any asynchronous obligations have been met, megawatt values all match across the many different sources, GIA, PGA, master file, etc., and that no financial shortfalls exist. We have had an issue a few times in this last year where projects get right up to their initial synchronization and then we see that they are in financial shortfall and we are not able to approve their sync until they resolve that. So please keep an eye out. The financial team is very good about sending out those emails and reminders. So if you see them, get them resolved ASAP. Thank you for your time. If you have any questions, last time, submit them to qmanagement@kaiso.com, or if you're really excited, you can ask them now.
Go ahead, Kathleen.
Okay, I'm really excited, Brian. Okay, so Kathleen from Vistra. Yeah, back on your CVC slides where you're talking about changes to CVC, I was just, you didn't mention striking that the PPA 1-year exception that's currently in the tariff. I was just curious if you could clarify if under the changes, is that getting removed or retained? Just curious.
Yes, so all projects, thank you for mentioning that. All projects, if they meet all other CVC criteria except having a PPA, they do have a 1-year extension from when the modification is submitted to provide a PPA. That is being retained. Each project only has the opportunity to do that once, though, and that was clarified in the I 5.0 process.
Awesome, that's what I thought. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, hi, this is Kelsey from Q Management. Just a clarifier on the 1-year exception that does not apply to projects that received deliverability in Group 3 or sought deliverability in Group D. You need to submit the PPA at the time of the MMA request. Yeah, that's it.
Yes, if you have any retention requirements around your deliverability allocation, those also will still take precedent or still be relevant even if you want to use CVC. Thank you, Kelsey.
Hi, Ryan.
Hey, Ryan.
Quadro, Gridwell Consulting. I saved my RIMS/GRIP question for you. I'm
Yes.
wondering if in the upcoming improvements for those applications, Q Management has considered an active status that indicates that a project is in post-completion modification. Right now, when we look at RIMS, if a project's receiving a post-COD modification, it turns up as active. And I think that's causing a fair bit of confusion external.
Yeah, so just to reiterate your question, we have post-COD modifications sometimes to add battery. And in those cases, we have taken those projects that were completed and changed them back to active because they're now developing again. And as you've said, that has caused some confusion. I'll need to take a look at the requirements. I think that is a good idea to include something along the lines of second active, or I forget the term you use, but something to indicate that. Yeah.
Post-COD indicator, complete,
Yeah,
withdrawn,
I-
active, or post.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Whatever. I'm happy to work that out with you over email. If I can be of any help, please let me know.
Yep, thank you. Do we have any questions online? Worries? All right. Slide 93. 93. It's really far back.
Okay. Maybe this is another question for the the other team that would be for you. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what's the question?
For example 1 from 93, it's asking if the actual study costs regardless of the withdrawal penalty. That might be for
Yeah, that's going to be our team, Interconnection Resources. Thank you for going all the way back.
It's in the chat. Yes. Okay, so for the example 1, follow-up question, is the IC responsible for the actual study cost regardless of the withdrawal penalty? Also, at what stage does this apply? During the cluster study or after the cluster study or later stage?
Anytime this cluster study starts, that's when you will be penalized. If you withdraw before the commencement of the cluster study, there is no penalty. Otherwise, if you begin the study, you're charged for the study.
And the study starts the day after the engagement window closes. So there's no
Get that plug
wiggle
in.
room. But I think also the answer to your question is yes, you would be charged the study cost and the penalty.
If in example 1, if your study deposit is greater than 2 times your study cost, it's the steady deposit that's greater. So then you lose your steady deposit, and then you will be invoiced for the actual steady cost. Okay, we did it. We made it to the end. We finished early. Thank you all so much for taking the time out to spend the day with us, asking good questions. It was so much better than last time, wouldn't you say, Kaylee? So thank you all so much for coming, and safe travels home. I want to thank my team. I want to thank everyone in the interconnection study process for all of your help. Brenda and the stakeholder affairs team, Hannah, for helping us get this done today. Thank you all.
So before we wrap up, you guys could get, your items collected. We do have a few more snacks. Please take some home. But we do have our upcoming 2024 Stakeholder Symposium coming up on October 5th. I do see a lot of folks here that haven't registered, and I do see sponsors out in the crowd who are here today. So thank you so much. Feel free to register. Symposium is open, and also sponsorships available. The next one is New Resource Implementation Forum, October 7th. So this was after the symposium. All day here on site in this room, we'll be having this NRI meeting with the NRI team. So we do have that registration open. And then lastly, the ICUG, the Interconnection Customer User Group, they have their weekly meetings with my group and others. So please feel free to sign up for that every Tuesday from 1 to 2 p.m. But other than that, thank you so much, and safe travels back home.